Gods in Every Man, a workshop led by Dr. Jean Shinoda Bolen for the C.G. Jung Institute of Chicago.
Many of you, if not most of you, are familiar with Goddesses in Every Woman that came out in 1984. And as I have ventured around the country speaking about Goddesses in Every Woman, and as people have read Goddesses in Every Woman, invariably there has been the question from the men in the audience, what about us? What about Gods in Every Man? And initially I didn't feel for sure that I would write about Gods in Every Man, in part because my training as a psychiatrist occurred between 1963 and 1966, which were the very beginning years of the women's movement. That coincided with Betty Friedan's book, The Feminine Mystique, which was published in 1963, and John F. Kennedy's report on the status of women that also came out in 1963. And during my training, I heard men experts on women all the time. And as the only woman in most of the seminars that I was in, and with the men experts on women speaking of women in strictly Freudian terms, there was no opportunity, in a sense, to speak of my own experience or to be in any way expert on what it might be like to be a woman, because it was so defined that women either suffered from penis envy, or if you denied it, you suffered from a masculinity complex. So the combination meant that you got to be pretty inarticulate. Well, given that I had been through that period of time called the women's movement, where we got good and sick and tired of being defined by men and tired of having male experts on women tell us what we're like, when it came to thinking about writing a book on Gods in Every Man, it felt initially like, what on earth would I be doing after what I had been saying a decade or so before? And in part, several things changed me into writing about this with time. One was really looking at that question. The other was to look at what I was writing about. And as you will see as I talk about Gods in Every Man, I'm not talking about what it's like to be a man. I think that very much is clearly for men to do, to define themselves. However, the archetypes, which are patterns in the human psyche that describe male archetypes, like female archetypes, are actually clearly in the psyches of both men and women. So we know them too. We aren't identified with them in the same way that men are. And so there's something about the male archetypes that I found, for example, when I wrote of them, that much the same experience happened to me as I wrote Goddesses in Every Woman. That is, the only way to truly describe an archetype, the way I happen to do my particular work, is I think I go into sort of an altered state of consciousness. I get totally absorbed in the myth. And much as I do in my own dream work or in the dream work of my patients, I listen to the dream. And I feel the story, and being a visual person, I visualize the story. And then it's like I weave together from my own experience those examples of people that embody that particular story. And so as I sit in front of my Apple computer, I am really in a room full of people. The gods, men and women I've known, and I write from some integration of all of that happens in me, because I too know these deities in myself as well as through people in my life. And for Gods in Every Man, most of them have been men, but not all of them. And I'm not going to write something called Gods and Goddesses in Every Person. The work of integrating it will have to come in all of us, because I found after I wrote Goddesses in Every Woman that many men in the audiences that I spoke to felt like several things. One, that they could identify with the goddesses. And two, I was asked, in effect, will there be a corresponding god, for example, that is like Hestia, the goddess of solitude, the goddess of inward centering? Because many men who, in a nonverbal way, bring order to their inner psyches and to the space that they live or work in, knew Hestia. And I know that about many men I know. In fact, there are many men whose sense of order and neatness is considerably better than many women they live with. And it is the Hestia of the household, the goddess of the hearth energy, may be, in fact, carried more by the man in the relationship than the woman. And I know that there is no equivalent God. So that they aren't quite interchangeable. And then there was my own experience as I wrote about the gods in every man, and I do recognize many of the God attitudes as part of me. So last weekend was the first time I ever presented anything from this book that I have been working on anywhere, and I presented it to the C.G. Jung Institute's public events seminar, 2-day seminar like this one in San Francisco. I would have presented a part of it once before to you. Last year, I was supposed to give a Friday night lecture on Dionysus, and I never got onto the ground from that airplane that was 4 hours overdue in time to come and give that lecture. So consequently, the entire process of Gods in Every Man has been an introverted one for me up until last week, when I brought it out into the world and found that there were also women in the audience who very much felt a sense of kinship with one of the gods, that this explained an aspect of themselves. So the work of writing gods and goddesses in every person is up to you. I'm presenting today Gods in Every Man, but with full awareness that I will also be speaking to many of you women in the audience. Also, there is something about an archetype that is a language, as you know. It helps to bring into being something that already exists, so that there is a way in which, if I just talk a little bit about a god, the man or woman who knows that God in themselves or in their fathers or lovers or husbands or sons, there's a sense that I am outlining some form and the whole form is known, not just a piece. It isn't like describing something scientifically where each piece is described as new information, because it is like a dream, and that mythology is truly the dreams that have been dreamt by humankind. And like dreams, you can have a major dream when you're a kid, like Jung himself had. A major dream when you're a kid whose meaning you do not understand until 50 years later. That for our civilization, mythology may be very much have that same quality. That the Greek myths are alive in the psyches of us today because they are like dreams we have all dreamt. We know them because they speak directly to us of something we in fact know. And that what we are doing now really is understanding the dream. But the dream has had a power long before understanding entered anyway. Nonetheless, when you start to say of a dream, this is what it could mean, and there is an aha experience that says, I know, that is about me. And I know what it's saying about me. And now I know something about me or the world or the people in it better than I did before. There's enormous power of the archetypes. So, with Gods in Every Man, there is that same quality. I'm not talking about just men. I'm talking about humankind and a collective dream that for our Western civilization has been very much vividly alive in its many forms for 3,000-4,000 years now. And when you talk about dreams and then say actively imagine something of them, which I know many of you have done, it's like in the telling you emphasize first one thing, and then you think about the dream another time and you emphasize something else. And if you look at Greek myths, it's very similar. You have like the figures the major figures, and then there are variations on the dream, so to speak. So every single mythology, though I may speak of one particular variation of it, there are those variations that are slightly different, that emphasize something in a little different way. And what I may do for you is introduce you to a figure or a dream, activate it, and you might end up then reading the many, many books that have the many, many variations of that particular story, and somewhere along the line you may find a story that is truer for you. The overall image of the story, the basic characterization, you resonate with because you recognize it is your dream. But it may be only when you get a variation of it that a specific element in that dream speaks to something very uniquely you now. And that's the excitement also about working with mythology. Like working with goddesses in every woman and doing workshops on goddesses in every woman. It's like every single time I did one, it was a new one. It wasn't like I ever seemed to repeat what I was saying or doing, because it is like when you tell a major dream again. It isn't something old. It's something that is alive. It's something that in the telling you know a little bit more about at some level that is not cognitive. And that there is something about this that is not cognitive, although our cognitive side appreciates it. The other thing that happened to me as I started writing Gods in Every Man is that, of course, the form was there from Goddesses in Every Woman, and that is that I tell a story about the god, the myth, about his origins, about what he is known for, what his symbols are. And then I talk about what the archetype looks like, and then how it's embodied in the man, and then the psychological problems that particular pattern, that goes with that particular pattern, goes with the territory, so to speak, and the ways to grow beyond being defined purely by one strong archetype. So the form was all there. And it seemed rather natural maybe just to do something that was very similar to Goddesses in Every Woman. And in many ways I am doing something that's similar to Goddesses in Every Woman. But the gods didn't behave in the same way. For example, I will start with talking about the three gods that are the first generation male gods. The father, or the patriarchal gods, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. And they are different than the goddesses or their sons, the generation of gods that were the second generation Olympians. Because with the goddesses and with the second generation gods, you see and felt a character, a personality, an energy, an entity apart from the environment. But the three gods go with terrain, as I'll go into it, that they and their world that they represent are one. And so you can't just talk about the god. You've got to, in describing, like Zeus was a sky god, Zeus and sky, Poseidon and sea, Hades and underworld, are realms, and realm and God are deeply related. And to understand what the archetype is, it's not enough to understand the God. For these three gods, you also need to go into the realm and remember and put together and understand what the realm is like, and then you have a picture of the God. The other thing that happened to me as I was writing Gods in Every Man was the general sense that the gods are also creatures of the patriarchy. And whereas women and women's roles in the patriarchy have not been so nifty, and the women's movement has clearly shown what that has been about, and whereas it looks as if the men have the better roles, and for a long time women saw the patriarchy and men as one and the same. But in fact, the more you understand about how culture and stereotype act on the individuals within it, just as the archetypal patterns inside have its own power and shape, so does the expectation of the outer world. And if anything, I think the power of stereotyping behavior, labeling what is acceptable and unacceptable, that the power of the patriarchy may be in fact stronger and more punitive to men who step out of role of what is expected than of women. It's a different experience, but I clearly see that to be a man in a patriarchy is no piece of cake. That it may be if you are archetypally one of the favored sons, but heaven help you if your archetypal structure is different than favored son status would confer. Then you have a choice of suppressing it with all of its problems of suppression, or living it out and having problems with self-esteem, problems with achievement in the world, problems really feeling good about yourself. So what evolves as you understand archetypes and the power they have to shape a person is that is an inner kind of fate that puts you in conflict or puts you in harmony with the outer world that says good boy or bad boy, depending on what archetype you are living out. And that became kind of clear. And then to add to the overall why I'm not just starting by plunging into the gods as individuals, is that as I read about the cosmology of the Greeks and understood the patriarchy and was influenced by such people as Alice Miller, I had a real sense of the need to look at the basic structure of psychology and look at what might be called a Chronos complex instead of looking at an Oedipus complex as the situation for men in this culture. So I'd like to start at the beginning with something about what cosmology was the Greek cosmology was all about, because it says something very telling about this culture. Now the Greeks said, and this is Hesiod's in 750 BC, or between 700 and 750 BC, who really elaborated what was up until then oral history, and was the history of in the beginning. And there's something about human beings that want to know, in the beginning, how was it? Well, in our patriarchy, which is both Greek mythology and Old Testament, we have a definite sense of the story, and they do intertwine. But anyway, to begin with the Greek side of life, in the beginning was the void. And out of the void, which sometimes is called chaos, but essentially out of a lack of structured something, grew the first matter, or Mother Earth. So that Gaia, the Earth Mother, the initial feminine, was the first materialized element in cosmology. And Gaia parthenogenically gave birth to the seas, to the mountains, and to the sky. And the sky's name was Uranus, for the sky was her son and her husband. And after Uranus came into being and became her spouse, the two mated, earth and sky, and out of their union was born the generation of the Titans, the first generation gods to be worshipped in human form. And she further gave birth to all the living things on this earth. Now, Uranus, who was her son, her lover, her husband, was a very unpaternal god. And he grew to resent her generativity. He grew to hate her fertility. And he specifically grew to hate the products, the children, that had resulted from their union. And so he started to bury them in her body and refused to let them see the light of day. He committed, as Hesiod describes, the first violence in history against his children. And in pain for her children, in pain for what was going on with her, Gaia asked her Titan children for help to restrain, to stop their father from this continued violence against what would be the equivalent of the younger siblings. And her older children, the Titans, were all afraid of their father Uranus, except the youngest Titan, who was Kronos. And the son Kronos then lay in wait for his father with a sickle in his hand. And there's a fascinating dialogue in Hesiod between Gaia and Kronos, where Kronos describes his father as infamous, and how he hates his father because his father brought violence into the world. And so Kronos lays in wait for his father Uranus, and with a sickle in hand, when Uranus came to lie upon earth, he took that sickle and he emasculated his father, and having castrated him, threw his genitals into the sea, and became chief god himself. Now what happens to Kronos is that he too starts to fear his children, or hate his children. And it's said that he did it because of a prophecy that a son would come and supplant him and overthrow him. And because of that, Kronos, who then married Rhea, and Rhea was his sister, a Titan, but Rhea essentially is called the mother of the gods, or the great mother goddess. She's known in some cultures as Cybele. And Cybele, or Rhea, are embodiments in the next generation of Gaia. It's the genealogy on the mother's side of the earth goddess. Rhea and Kronos mate, and Rhea has a series of children. But because Kronos is afraid that one of these children, a son, will probably emasculate him, certainly supplant him, overthrow him, take his power away, he swallows each child as soon as they're born. And he swallows them so fast he doesn't even bother to see, is this a boy or is it a girl? So first is born Hestia, the eldest of the Olympians, as it turns out. Hestia is swallowed. Then comes Demeter. Demeter is swallowed. Then comes Hera, and Hera is swallowed. And then the first son is born, Hades. He's swallowed. Then comes Poseidon, and he's swallowed. And now Rhea is in great distress, because as soon as she's given birth to a child, her spouse, Kronos, swallows a child. And so, pregnant with the sixth child, she goes to Crete and devises a plan to try to save this last child. And as soon as the child is born, and this child is Zeus, she hides him in a cave in Crete and wraps a boulder in swaddling clothes. And Kronos comes and in his hurry assumes that the stone he swallowed is the sixth child. And so he swallows a stone, or the story and the stone that said this was the last child. And, of course, that wasn't. It was Zeus, who was still in the cave, and there are many stories about how, in order to protect him, he is suspended between the sky and the earth so that there's no sense of him, suspended in like a sling between the two. Other stories, it says that he was suckled and nurtured and raised by either a nymph or a goat. The nymph or the goat have the same name in mythology. There are stories about how noisy young boys were invited to make a huge clamor so that the baby's cries would not be heard. However it was done, Zeus was spared the fate of being swallowed by his father Kronos. And sure enough, he did exactly what Kronos feared. He grew up, became a man, and challenged his father and defeated him. Kronos grew up. Kronos, who had swallowed all of those children, encountered a Zeus who, with his first help from Metis, an earlier goddess of wisdom, Metis gave him something to give to his father, and his father regurgitated all the siblings, and the stone. And in early Greek tourism, people went to look at the stone that Kronos had regurgitated. So up came the stone, and then came the 5 children. And the sons of Kronos, with Zeus, then challenged Kronos and the Titans to a struggle that went on for a decade of God Olympus time, whatever that meant, but for 10 years. There was a major struggle between the Olympians, who were the first generation, the kids who were swallowed, and Kronos and the Titans. And Zeus, being a strategist, formed alliances, freed the 100-handed ones, who with 100 stones in each hand, each of the 100th hand, gave him firepower that helped turn the tide of that war. And so Zeus defeated Kronos and the Titans and became chief god. So what we have here, really, if you look at the story of Greek mythology, is that from the very beginning we have the story of fathers, the first patriarch, the second patriarch, and then even at the beginning the third patriarch, who was Zeus, was threatened by his sons, and so, or his children, resented them, feared them, was violent toward them. And this was true of Zeus too, because the same Metis that helped him win the struggle with Kronos became pregnant with his child, and it had been predicted, or is this projection, is this fear, because all the violence of son against father against son was often begun with, it was prophesied, it was predicted that the child would challenge, supplant, overthrow the father. So it had been predicted that Metis would have 2 children, a daughter who had the courage equal to any man, and a son with an all-loving heart who would come to rule the gods and men. And Zeus, fearful that he would lose his power, when Metis was pregnant, did not know whether she was pregnant with a son or with a daughter. And in an effort to abort the son, should she be carrying that predicted boy, he tricked her into becoming small and swallowed her, which metaphorically is what the patriarchy did to the matriarchy. Swallowed it all up. At any rate, Metis was swallowed while she was pregnant, and inside of Metis was not the boy, but the girl. And so Metis is the mother of Athena, who grew inside the mother, swallowed by the father, who never knew she had a mother at all, and was born through Zeus's head, with the onset of labor pains being these terrible, atrocious headaches that Zeus had. And then out of his head was born his daughter Athena, wearing golden armor, a grown woman coming right out of his head, landing on Olympus, and in the hymn to Athena the earth shook and the seas roared, and emitting a mighty war cry, this goddess in golden armor with a spear in one hand landed on Olympus, and from that moment on was her father's favorite child and the only one that he trusted with his symbols of power, the thunderbolt and the aegis. So Zeus, though, encountering a pregnant Metis, being fearful, like his father had been fearful before him, of the child that would be born, tried to abort that child by swallowing the mother. And so we have like 3 generations in Olympus of fathers who are threatened by their sons or resentful of their sons or their children. And one of the things that I think bears some real looking into in a patriarchy is that the first crime, the first difficulty, the first pain may be experienced by children, but especially by boys who are born into this culture, wanting no more than to come into a world where they are loved, wanting no more than to come into a world in which they have a strong and loving father, and instead are born into a world where they have a father who resents their birth from the very beginning. And that is a thesis, I think, that could be arrived at by looking at theology and mythology, but it's certainly evident from psychology, and there's some understanding why. Now, the patriarchy in its psychology and theology lays the groundwork for being resentful of one's sons and children. That is, we are born into a world of Judeo-Christian theology that says we are not born innocent new children into the world with totally new possibilities, but we are born with original sin. And in psychology, the father figure, Freud, looks at all boys as suffering from the Oedipus complex. That is, when your wife gives birth to a son, what you are seeing is a little boy who wants to kill you and take your wife from you. And in a patriarchy, there is a real absence of bonding between fathers and sons. I think of the pridefulness in which men used to say, and some macho men still say today, I never touched the baby, I never changed a diaper. And if you never bond with that child, then you experience that child as an intrusion and more. Because if you think about the psychology of just ordinary life now, and not of Greek gods and goddesses, you have a man and a woman who fall in love and are a couple. And especially in a increasingly egalitarian culture, you have a couple in which both work. There is often an abundance of sharing of information and dreams and experience. And the man finds a woman all his own for the first time in his life, so to speak. Up until that point, he has had to share his mother with his siblings, had to share his mother with his father, and he falls in love with a woman all of his own. And she is his muse, perhaps, his anima, perhaps, his mother, his sister. She is the feminine. And very often, especially if she carries anima energy for him, she believes in him and in his dream. And so she nurtures a bubbly, creative part of himself. Because Aphrodite energy that is part of the eros of being in love is that light kind of energy that sound is made. Anyway, here is the situation where it's a couple. And then the woman becomes pregnant. Now, in this particular culture with women working, that sense of being trapped often does not occur with marriage or with living, certainly not with living together, but occurs when the woman gets pregnant, because suddenly things shift a lot. For one thing, from this point on, she becomes a mother. She changes her archetype. For another thing, she starts to look at him differently, because pregnant women do. They start to look at their partners from the standpoint of their capacity to be a father and a breadwinner, and we get back into what is a much more traditional need, for the woman becomes exceedingly vulnerable when she's pregnant. And that sense of being strong and in the world and being able to take care of herself is no longer an essential part of her. Now she needs a partner who will be supportive. And now the questions come up like buying a house, perhaps, taking on a mortgage, perhaps. The man is certainly expected to make a living and be a stable person. And maybe he was more puer up until that point. Maybe he really wasn't quite ready to settle down. So fatherhood is an initiatory experience, for good or for not, from his standpoint. It may help him, truly help him to grow into the next phase of his life, but it may also, at the same time, exacerbate all of his childhood insecurities and fears. Because what initially happens when your wife gets pregnant is that she changes her figure as well as becoming a mother-to-be. Suddenly she doesn't have the same amount of energy to do the same kinds of things she used to do with you. She may no longer feel like Aphrodite herself. She may be feeling more like Demeter. There is a sense that not only is she changing, but someone has in fact entered the picture and separated you from this woman who has been wife and muse and anima and mother and the feminine. And she has a secret relationship with the baby she's carrying. She bonds from within. The experience of being a pregnant woman is to go into kind of a biological introversion. That's one way of looking at what happens to you when you get pregnant. You go inward. But another way of looking at it is you go inward and you're bonding with this new soul that's coming into being. And so some bonding is happening that the man, the father, is left out of. And it is no wonder at some level that fathers might resent this intruder, who at that point is nobody that he can make a connection with. It's just an idea. It's not anything instinctual particularly. He may feel an instinctive protectiveness towards his wife, or he may not, but he doesn't have a bond yet with the child. And then if you have a culture in which he's excluded from the delivery room, left out in the waiting room, feeling helpless for the event to happen, and then finds that after the birth of the child, he is a stranger. He is the third wheel. He is the one who's just supposed to go out and make a lot of money to support the household, while she and the baby are in this symbiotic merger, beautiful Madonna-child relationship, whatever it is. But you know, you don't see particularly a holy family at the beginning with a new baby. You see pictures of Madonna and child. There's baby and wife, or baby and mother. She's not even considered wife anymore. She's very much mother and child. And this is a new archetype that the man has to relate to in some way. Now, my feelings on watching the psychology of men is that several things often happen during the pregnancy. One is that he has often a disbelief at some level that the child is his. And surveys have said that about men. Partially the thought is that he cannot believe that he is the author of new life. Some feel that it is because he is so left out of it that it doesn't feel like it has to do with him. But for whatever reason, there is an insecurity in most men at some level in their psyche that perhaps this child is not his. Then there are the efforts which have him in conflict with himself if he is a man who loves his wife and has an ethical standard in himself, and that is he starts to often feel attracted to women who are like his wife used to be. And he may even have an affair as a means of bonding once more with something he feels he lost in himself, in a woman, what have you. But it's a fraught time when a woman is pregnant. Then the old view was, from that point on, he did not bond with that child. Now in the delivery room and labor rooms, I think it's very different, because I know from men who have been present when, for example, when their children, well, first of all, if you get involved with the whole side of being a participant, and you go to prenatal classes with your spouse, and you're in the labor room with her, and you're in the delivery room with her, there's been a way in which you have participated in a different way than your fathers have. The other thing that often happens in the delivery room at the moment of birth is that it is a numinous experience. You are present at one of the major archetypal experiences of the human race, one that men have traditionally been excluded from, that you participate at the moment that new life comes out between the thighs of a woman, and often in that moment men bond with their children in a way that they have never bonded before. And I've talked to colleagues of mine who, for one reason or another, were present when their children were born and perhaps missed being present because of an emergency doctor thing they had to do or whatever. And so they perhaps missed, or maybe it was the first child that came before the labor room and delivery room were provinces for fathers to be to enter. But I have gotten from them a sense that they have a different relationship with the child that they were present at the birth of compared to the children whose births they missed. That they had more work to do on bonding with that child. But we have in our Western culture a long, long, long story in which fathers have been absent from that whole business of bonding with babies. And what we have is a patriarchy whose awful stories are just coming out now as we start getting stronger mothers, stronger women who are willing to speak for and defend their children. We have story after story of incest, of child battering, abuse, usually by the fathers. And it's coming out in all the stories of sexual exploitation of patients, which is very similar because a patient is a child, a daughter, often, psychologically. So what is that goes on? It's full of, it's present all through Greek mythology. Incest, rape, battering, thunderbolt throwing, all of this, the hostility of the father is so present in Greek mythology. And then, because I got into the Greek mythology side and started looking at how it might be like to be a child. You know, we've read the theology and we've read the psychology from the standpoint of the father, basically. What if you start looking at it from the standpoint of the child? And this is Alice Miller's really great gift to psychology, is starting to look at the experience of the child. So she tells, for example, the Oedipus story from a very different standpoint, from the standpoint of what might it be like to be an innocent Oedipus on which you not only are treated badly, but 2,000 years later you have somebody come along and say that all along you are the personification of what all little baby boys want to do, which is to kill their fathers and marry their mothers. But the story that Alice Miller talks about, and thou shalt not be unaware, is the full story of the Oedipus Laius Jocasta story. And Laius, the story begins in this version with Laius and Jocasta being childless. And Laius is the king of Thebes, and he doesn't have a child, and so he goes to the oracle, and he speaks to the oracle about not having a child. And the oracle says, you are better off as it is, because if you are to have a son, he will kill you and marry your wife. And then he goes on to say, this fate you deserve, because when you were driven from your city and were offered sanctuary and shelter by a neighboring kingdom, remember what you did. He repaid that hospitality by kidnapping and seducing the beautiful son of that king, and that son killed himself. So in a way, what the oracle was saying, a life for a life, something like that. Anyway, Laius hears this and now knows that should he have a son, this is what the prediction would be. And so initially he puts his wife away and will not cohabit with her. But Jocasta and he do come together, and 9 months later their son is born. Now, knowing full well what the fate of that son, what the destiny of that son, should he live, be, Laius, in one version, puts a thong through the boy's foot. In another version, puts a nail through both feet. And in one version, exposes the child, the babe himself, on a mountain to die. On another, gives it to a shepherd who is supposed to leave it on a mountain to die. At any rate, Oedipus, whose name means swollen foot, by the way, that is the translation of Oedipus. Swollen because of the violence and hatred and feeling of being threatened by the father. So Oedipus is say taken in the shepherd version, by a shepherd who has compassion, who gives the child to another shepherd, who then gives it to foster parents. And meanwhile, on returning to Laius, he assures the king that he has left the baby to die. And what to worry about? I mean, you take a little baby with either I mean, isn't it a bit overkill? A newborn babe can hardly run around, but just in case, he's got a thong through both feet. And the question of, his survival if he were left on a mountain is very, very dim indeed. So Laius is relieved, the threat is over. But Oedipus is raised by foster parents who keep the secret of his childhood from him, so that he grows up believing that this kindly father and mother are his biological parents. And then, as fate would have it, he encounters an oracle who tells him what his destiny is, and that his destiny is to kill his father and marry his mother, and he's just appalled. No way does he want to have anything to do with bringing harm to these people he loved. So on hearing this awful destiny, he leaves. He heads out, and he heads out to encounter his real mother and his father. So he heads out and he moves toward Thebes, and at a crossing he runs into this old man in a chariot who is arrogant, and dressed as an ordinary person. He doesn't look like a king. He's driving a chariot. He's obnoxious. He is impatient and arrogant. Oedipus is walking and has gotten in the way of the chariot, so that this man tries to run him down. One version. Another version, he strikes at him with a weapon he's carrying. And Oedipus, in self-defense, takes his walking staff and hits the old man, who topples from his chariot and dies on the spot. Other version, he's dragged for a while by his horses, but whatever happens, the old guy dies. And Oedipus feels no sense of relatedness to this man. As far as he's concerned, he was just venturing across the country when he gets attacked unnecessarily by this guy, and he defends himself, and he accidentally kills the man. Well, he continues on his way to Thebes and has to pass the Sphinx. The Sphinx is a creature that has the face of a maiden, wings of an eagle, and the body of a lion. And she has been making it very difficult for Thebes to have any commerce, because everybody who comes by the Sphinx was asked a question, a riddle. And if you didn't answer the riddle right, you were devoured. And the riddle was a simple one, in a sense. It's that classic, what with the same head comes in on 4 feet, then is on 2, and then is on 3. And Oedipus says, a man, of course, who comes in as a babe and crawls, walks upright for his adult life, and then with a cane is 3. That answer, which is a definition of what it is to be a man, destroys this creature, and then he walks into Thebes and is recognized now. The king has been missing for some time, and I guess the story got back that he's now dead. Here is the savior of Thebes. He, in an interesting Alice Miller interpretation, but it makes sense, he didn't fall in love with Jocasta and want to marry her. After all, this woman was old enough to be his mother, of course, was the queen, and went with the territory on being offered the kingship and the reward of having saved Thebes by answering the Sphinx's question. So that's what happens to him. He kills his mother, he marries his mother, he kills his father, marries his mother, and then rules, and rules justly. But then there's a plague that hits Thebes, and obviously some sin or some dreadfulness or something is responsible for this. And so, as the king, he is determined to root out the evil, if there is an evil that has been done by anyone in Thebes that is responsible for this plague. And then in the process of rooting out what the evil was, he finds it happened because there is a man who killed his father and married his mother, and whose sins were not acknowledged. And he finds out from the blinded seer Tiresias that he is the man. Now Alice Miller points out that Oedipus was innocent, that it was the whole story, the whole family story was set in motion by the father. And she also notes that the mother would have to be culpable too, because certainly on finding, well, perhaps she's culpable, but he still had his swollen feet, and he still had the signs of what had happened to him on his body. He certainly did not know and did not consciously do the sin that he was condemned for. And on finding what he had done, he blinded himself. So Alice Miller points out something about how to look at the Oedipus story in a different way. Then it got me thinking about theology and looking at the Old Testament in a slightly different way too. Because Kronos and Jehovah of the Old Testament have somewhat similar sort of characteristics, because it's all part of our patriarchal inheritance. So then I look at the story of Abraham and Isaac. And what if you look at the story of Abraham and Isaac from the standpoint of Isaac? Then you have Abraham, who is told by God to take his son, his beloved son, Isaac, to a mountain, 3 days travel away, and there sacrifice him, specifically make him into a burnt offering. Be obedient to God. Show your piety by killing your son. So what if you saw it from the standpoint of Isaac? Well, then you have a father that says, come with me on a trip. And little Isaac is happy to be with his father. They get to travel for 3 days to Mount Moriah. Once you get over there, you start to gather rocks to make the altar, and you and your father work on making this altar. And then you gather the firewood and you put it on top. And in the Bible there is the dialogue. Little Isaac says to Abraham, but we don't have an offering. Who will provide the sacrificial lamb? And the father says, in effect, not to worry, God will provide. Well, I wonder at what point does Isaac realize that it is he that is going to be sacrificed by his father? We know that Isaac is bound to the firewood. We know that Abraham took the knife and was at the point of killing that boy when God said to him, if you are so obedient that you are willing to kill your son, you don't have to. And he gets honored as an upright man who was so willing to obey God that he would kill his only son. A son. Now I have a feeling that he didn't tell Sarah, say goodbye to Isaac, I'm going to make him into a burnt offering. And I also wonder about the experience of Isaac from that point on. Now psychologically, the story is about fathers and sons, but the story is also about fathers and the necessity, willingness, fact of sacrificing what is the child, the boy, the innocent in themselves. That you look at mythology like you look at dreams. At one level it is about the people in the story. At another level, everybody in the story is about you. And so you have a story really in which the patriarchal figure, the one with the power in the culture, is willing to sacrifice the boy in himself. And I look at the men in my practice and the men I've known in my life who have come of midlife, and I see how so many of them have in fact killed their boys in themselves. And what do you see? You see men of midlife who are chronically depressed, whose way of being depressed is not like women are. That is, they aren't tearful particularly, and they aren't aware often of the emotional pain that they are in, but they are watching television hour after hour. They are wedded to work they don't love. There is a lack of boyish life in them. They have killed their sons, the son part of themselves, because the patriarchy has demanded it. If you grow up to be a man in this culture, you are supposed to be all knowledgeable. If you don't know something, don't act innocent as if you don't know. Pretend like you know. If you feel afraid, don't show it, because you'll be killed if you do show it. I mean, there's something about what the culture has done that makes sense. You look at the men who have survived in a sort of survival of the fittest archetypally, and you realize that a natural ability that I see in many men, that when they are threatened, when they are afraid, rather than show their fear and vulnerability, they get angry. So what you see is angry men who have had to learn somewhere along the line that you survive by being angry, not by showing your wounds and your weakness and your vulnerability and your boyness of yourself. And, you know, I see in the schoolyard how you're supposed to kill that part of yourself when you in fact are a little boy. That the initiation rites of the culture that happen when you enter the schoolyard, and some boys are winners and others are picked on, that continues on into fraternities, where some boys are chosen to be in the best fraternities and others are not. And the initiation rite into fraternities is often that you get humiliated, you get in pain, and you survive it only to do it to the next generation of pledges. And what there is in the culture, as in fraternities, as in father-son stories, generation after generation, I think, is that you have an identification with the aggressor, where the way to become a man is to wait and bide your time until you too take over as the father archetype, and then you do to your sons what was done to you, just like Cronus did it to Uranus, as Zeus did it to Kronos, etc., etc. And my feeling is that maybe historically, for the first time, there's a possibility of challenging this particular pattern of the archetype of the father figure being the one that rules the culture, and the cost of it being the generation of the sons. Also, if you are, I mean, the other thing is, and again, why I think maybe it's appropriate for a woman to write about something of what goes on in the psyche of men, is that men have learned not to trust each other with what's going on in themselves. That, like in the McNeil report on men's psychology, only 1 out of 20 men in a large survey would talk about feelings with another male friend. That men have had to be mistrustful of sharing vulnerability with anybody except maybe a woman. And so not only have women been often the first-hand receivers of what it's like to be vulnerable and in a man, to live in a man's body in this culture, but often the woman knows more because she has observed more. There's a kind of many women, not all women, but many women are more psychologically oriented than men, and they spend a lot of time trying to figure out men, a lot more time trying to figure out men than men try to spend figuring out themselves. So I think there's something about that we have to offer men, and reflecting back something of what we notice about what they're like. So this is another reason why I think there's something to be said about women reflecting something back, and then men taking that reflected knowledge into themselves and then defining themselves. That women cannot define men, but they can reflect what they observe back, and that is a different layer of empowerment. So I think that that's part of of the roles that men and women have. Partly it has to do with also power. You know, when you think about like the BBC series Upstairs, Downstairs, whoever has less power, as Jean Baker Miller described in her book, A New Psychology of Women, that the disempowered ones have to spend a lot of time knowing about the class that has more power in order to survive. So there is, for a number of reasons, a probability that women as a group know a lot more about men in some way than they might know themselves until they're willing to go inside and feel out who they really are. But up until that point, there has been such a definition of what a man is supposed to be like in this culture that the effort is to identify with that image or identify with the persona and stifle anything vulnerable. Identify with power, because that is what the culture values. That is the way to have prestige. That is the way to feel safe in the world. And I think about another mythology that's much more current, and that mythology is the mythology of the cinema, and specifically the Star Wars trilogy, or whatever it is. I think it's supposed to be about 8 when it finally gets all together. And George Lucas, who was very much influenced by Joseph Campbell, has in Star Wars, I think, a real mythology of the next step. I look at Darth Vader and I see a caricature of a powerful father archetype. The father who has had to identify with his persona. You know, in Jungian psychology we talk about the problem of identifying with your persona. Pretty soon you become indistinguishable from your persona, and you need the persona in order to survive. You are nobody without a persona. Well, for many men this is so. They feel like they are respected but not loved. As long as they have power and prestige in the world, as long as they have power over the people that could love them, specifically women, that they are safe. And they know in the world of men that if you're a top dog, you're in a much better shape than not. And so there is a distinct psychological reason to identify with the persona of the powerful man. And look at Darth Vader, who had a persona that he not only identified with, but it was a necessary life support. You took off that black visage, that black metallic non-human covering of him, and he died. But the mythology of Star Wars is that it's the generation of the son that might rescue the loving father. Because essentially what I hear in analytic hours with men is how lonely it has been being a boy in the world, wanting love and approval from their fathers, who have been often punitive, often demanding, often seeing them as needing to shape up. Many authoritarian fathers have very little patience with the boyishness of sons. There is, while there may be incest, and a lot of it, unfortunately, a tremendous amount of incest in this culture by fathers against daughters, there's a tremendous amount of physical abuse that fathers inflict upon sons. And to get physical abuse when what you really want is your daddy to love you, and what you have is a father who is out of touch with a capacity that could be called and defined as tenderness. What I think that men have wanted often from their fathers, and of course daughters have wanted too, is a strong man who is able to express tenderness, be protective, be caring, be loving, be supportive, be nurturing. Have a quality of earth father in a culture that is sky father, distant, power-oriented, all of that stuff. So we have sons who yearn for a tender relationship with their father. And in Star Wars, as Luke Skywalker realizes, and again, this is, I see a metaphor for our times, is that it was terribly important that Luke Skywalker find out what his true history was, which I think is important for us to find out what the story of the patriarchy is. And he had to be mentored and taught and nurtured by wise men who were able to convey to him something of his true nature and his identity, and capable of giving him some vision of his place. That young man then encounters in one of the Star Wars films a battle to the death with his father. And his father, Darth Vader, talks with the Emperor, who is just the major personification of patriarchy. And the sense is that Luke is going to become one of us, because Luke has the capacity of being a strong and powerful leader, alpha male. Now, he needs to be recruited to become one of them, to lose his softness, to lose his bondedness, to embrace power as the point of it all. And the Emperor and Darth Vader are so sure that when Luke comes up against the destruction of his friends, the destruction of his adolescent dreams that things could be better, that he will become, as his father before him, transformed negatively into the archetype of the power sky father. And in their duel, where the father is trying to kill him, Luke struggles to constellate, as the Jungian word would indicate, to constellate some memory, some archetype of the loving father in Darth Vader. And the reason we so identify with the movie is that he succeeds, which is our hope, that somehow the generation of the sons will be able to evoke in the generation of the fathers a loving father, an affiliative father, before it's too late. Because, of course, the story of the Empire is also the story and destructiveness of worlds. It's a story of our very own. That as long as, if the father archetype as it now is constituted continues in its merry way, we will go from where we are now to nuclear winter, to death, etc. So there's some real need for some archetypal shift in the culture. And the Star Wars mythology would be that it is up to the generations of a son connected with a strong sister, because we have the Princess Leia, who is the strong sister, and the loving son, brother-sister, and it's the two of them, really, that confront the old order and challenge it. And there is an evolving mythology that, again, in my mind, goes back to Metis, who got swallowed by the patriarchy, and would have had the son as well as the daughter. But this is, I think, the place to begin with, which is why I've not yet even gotten into the gods, but a understanding of what the nature of the patriarchal archetype is like. And it goes then from Kronos to Zeus. And we have then a beginning place for me to introduce you to the realms of the Father and the story of the Father Gods. And I think you need a break. So why don't I take a break now for about 10 minutes so you can get up and stretch. When Zeus challenged Kronos and won, the three brothers, the three Olympians, Poseidon, Hades, and Zeus, picked lots from a helmet. And as the story goes, Zeus won as his realm, the sky, Poseidon won as his realm, the sea, and Hades got the underworld as his lot. The earth and Mount Olympus supposedly was to be a province that all would have access to, but in practice, earth and Olympus clearly was under the dominion of Zeus. And as the brothers evolved in their stories, it became increasingly evident that the world, the universe, the psyche, was divided into parts, and the portion that belonged to the sky god came to dominate. And the ethical value system, or the power value system, of the sky god became the predominant one of the culture. I start to look at God and realm, so that when you look at Zeus as god of the sky, for one thing, the sky god is at a distance, high up, ungrounded, having the ability, however, to always see the overview, having the ability, in effect, to see the forest, not the trees. And his brother Poseidon, who was under the sea, clearly represents, as his character shows, emotion, emotionality, affiliation, that has been denied and sunk below the level of the sea, the personal unconscious and the collective on the emotional side. There's Hades, god of the underworld, whose realm is not hell, as we have described it from a Christian standpoint, but the realm of disembodied, unfleshed out image, a place of grimness and coldness, but absolute of justice. And we have the three realms of we have three realms that correlate with elements in our own psyches. Zeus, as god of the sky, serves as the father figure that establishes the kingdom. I mean, he established Olympus and the Olympians as the reigning theology, and as it turns out, the reigning mythology of our culture. But what it takes to do that represents sky god values. That is, he is responsible for establishing the kingdom, say. And so his ability to affiliate, to use allies, to win through conquering a kingdom and establish a sense of order there, order and hierarchy, is what kings have done in reality and patriarchal figures have done in families for eons. In Western mythology, we have not only Greek mythology, but we have Arthurian mythology. And King Arthur represents a very Zeus-like ability to, with affiliation, establish a kingdom in which peace for a while reigned, or order for a while reigned. But what undid him was, again, could be looked at as a hostility towards his son, Mordred, who he banished to some far-off place, refused to acknowledge, and who came back and killed him. So wherever you look, in a sense, in our predominant sky mythology, there is, again, the problem between the devalued, threatened, and threatening son, and the divisiveness between father and son. Well, Zeus' story was that he was raised in a cave, that he grew to manhood, that with Medus's help he got Cronus to to regurgitate his brothers in the stone. He defeated the Titans, and then, that war over, he had a series of emotional alliances. So we know that, or rather sexual alliances, we know of Zeus two sides of him. One as the authority father who establishes the patriarchy, and the other through his alliances, through his ability to strategize. And we have another side of him that established order by building a extended family. It was he who fathered not only the second generation of Olympians for the most part, but also the heroes and kings and minor deities and demigods that are proliferate in Greek mythology. So that Hesiod lists 7 consorts, of which Zeus's marriage to Hera was the 7th. And that one begins, his marriage to Hera begins with Zeus spying Hera, who is his equal, and historically actually may have preceded him as a goddess of the sky. But at any rate, in Greek mythology, Zeus sees beautiful Hera and he yearns to have her sexually, and so he devises a way to get close to her, and his way of doing it was to transform himself into a shivering little cuckoo bird. And here comes Hera, and she sees this pathetic little bird, and so she picks it up and puts it between her breasts to warm it. And now, that close to the object of his desire, he turns himself back into a man, and either ravished her at that point, or she held him off, because she was at some level as powerful as he in this realm, and said to him what Hera, as goddess of marriage, would say, which is, "Not until you marry me." Because for her, her highest values were the sacred marriage, and for him, conquest was more the story. But initially, it said that they had a honeymoon that lasted for 300 years, and then the story was quite different, as her values of fidelity and monogamy were rejected, and he was the grand philanderer. So you have this side of him as being promiscuous and generative, and emotionally immature. And one of the things about an archetype, when you start looking at, all right, now we have the god, what would it look like if a man identified with this particular god? What would the archetypal element be? And you have a man who, like Zeus, has put most of his considerable energy into what comes naturally. That is, he has an ability to strategize. He has an ability to extend and establish his realm of influence. He has an ability to be decisive, for a Zeus is able to unleash his thunderbolt and fire somebody, destroy somebody, if he is, say, a business competitor. The ability to be like Lee Iacocca on taking over Chrysler, to know who to reward and who to fire, is a Zeus quality. Men who have been Zeus-like are the big success stories in the outer world. Aristotle Onassis had a very strong Zeus ability, and he had a sense that he should have progenies that could carry, that his son Alexander was supposed to carry on after him, be an extension of him, even if he had no relationship to speak of with Alexander at all. And then Alexander was killed. Joseph P. Kennedy, the father of John F. Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy and all of the rest of them, was very much a Zeus figure. Established the kingdom, and then require his sons to be extension of himself. This is another dimension of the devouring father. The Kronos element that would devour his sons would devour their individual potential. So if you are the son of a Zeus father, the requirement is that you do your father's will. You are obedient to what he wants you to be and do. And when you look at the Kennedys, it was like Joseph Jr., the first eldest son, may have naturally have been more of a father's son, Zeus-like person, who fit his father's idea of, he was extroverted, he was groomed to be president, and he was killed in World War II. And then it was like John F. Kennedy had to then move out of what might have been a more Hermes side of himself or Apollo side of himself and be like his brother Joe. And then when JFK was assassinated, Bobby was expected to do it. It was like you were expected to sacrifice whatever you might personally be, what archetype you might personally be more akin to, and live out what your father wanted you to live out. And I think this is one metaphor about what happens if you are devoured by the Father. That is, you're subordinated, you're swallowed up, your individuality is no longer your own. You are absorbed in the body or the psyche or the energy of the Father, the patriarch, and essentially some individuality has been swallowed up. So here we are with Zeus as the energy, and he has this capacity as a father archetype to establish the kingdom, to unleash his thunderbolts, and he did. Zeus of mythology, when somebody did something he didn't like, when Aeson slept in the fields with Demeter, he unleashed his thunderbolt and killed him. And a Zeus father, or the Zeus part of a father, is like that. Quick to punish, jealous of his prerogatives. You do what I say or I'll hit you with a thunderbolt. And that is highly characteristic of Zeus. But if you have a Zeus man who identifies with Zeus, then he lives out the archetype, puts his personal energy into establishing his world, whether it be political power, economic power, whether it be a major company or whether it be a small business, whatever it is that he is Zeus over, gets his considerable effort, energy. And what often happens with such a man is he's out of touch with his feelings, and he's out of touch with the deeper meaning of what he might do. In mythology, they were given the realm of the sea and the underworld. And consequently, very often he has a very shallow capacity for emotional relationship. So you have the philanderer side. Relationship is conquest. Relationship is establishing alliance. You know, the kings of old that could marry, have progeny, and then when that country was no longer important would divorce and marry somebody else. Very much Zeus. The personal life was not very important. So this is a Zeus quality, is the immaturity. The shivering cuckoo bird, in effect, often represents a side of the Zeus man that maybe only his wife sees. That you see a very powerful man in the world, and you sometimes see a very emotionally immature person, undeveloped in that dimension, because it has virtually gotten no energy. Therefore, to have a series of affairs in which you do not become emotionally caught, but you pass on, impregnating women who then have to carry something of the relationship for you, is not an uncommon experience for the Zeus man, because that is his one-sidedness. Zeus as an archetype had both the expansiveness of the Jupiter sort of Jove quality of expansiveness and beneficence and generosity, and the narrow stagnation senex element that says this is a status quo. We don't change the status quo. And so that sense of limiting, devouring, holding people in place as he would have it is very much a Zeus quality. Now, I think that archetypes are very much present from the time a child is born, and regardless of the culture that you're in, you have an archetypal predisposition. And if your archetypal predisposition is one of the favored gods, that is Zeus, Apollo, Hermes, say, then you are a child of a son of the patriarchy who is honored. If you happen to have as an archetypal basis a god, a pattern that is not honored, resemble the sons that Zeus hated, like Ares, the god of war, who was hated by Zeus because he was so tumultuous in his emotionality, so likely to be caught up in the rage and anger and affiliation of the god, that he didn't do what was smart. He didn't maintain the boundaries he was supposed to. He didn't do what he was told. That kind of son is often hated by Zeus' father in the same way that Zeus hated Ares. Or what about Hephaestus? You know Hephaestus? Big Hephaestus as a word is a sort of a name that we don't come across much. But then think about the name Festus. Festus is sort of the sidekick, the crippled sidekick, the little guy who accompanies a hero in the Western. But Festus, shuffling Festus, is also part of what is a sort of an image of a black man, too. And Hephaestus, the very introverted, non-verbal god who lived under a volcano, because if you are rejected, you get very angry. But he was able to turn his anger into work. But he was rejected by the patriarchy. So if you are like Hephaestus, you also are not received into Olympus in the same kind of way as if you were a favored god. But one of the things with an archetype is that if you fit what is acceptable, you tend to become one-sided. So like Zeus, you might be very effective in the outer world, supported by everybody to be that success in the world, but it may be on the personal level that you are in fact quite immature, that the depth of feeling, of affiliation, of the capacity to see deeper meaning, to be spiritual in a different sort of a way than God the Father that must be obeyed, is lacking as a characteristic. Zeus, I think, some parents run into at a very early age. I know of many women who have been intimidated by Zeus' fathers, or fathers acting like Zeus, who then run into their own sons at 2. You know the terrible 2s where you can have a son who embodies the power of the patriarchy, only he's just a little guy, but he yells and he demands what he wants right now. And I see that mothers who are clearly older, wiser, etc., in a lot of ways, backing off, being intimidated, feeling inadequate of dealing with a 2 to 3-year-old boy who embodies Zeus. So you see at a very young age. You see the Zeus quality of knowing what he wants, being able to just sort of by will, because the sky god is a personification in a sense of will, imposing itself upon culture, upon environment, and that quality is very often present. You have in our culture, say, the sense of a president who can unleash a thunderbolt versus a president who can't fire anybody. And it's a different archetype. We are apparently in our current political system now not having much choice of men who are able to act like Zeus, for good or not. We have in the Democratic Party the 7 dwarfs. And we have in the Republican Party a man who as vice president has, what people are wondering about in his lack of macho imagery and stuff is really that he doesn't have much Zeus as an archetype in him. He's very much an Apollo. And I'll talk more about Apollo. And as Apollos, they're father's sons. They are very good at being team players and part of the corporation. But they don't have that entrepreneurial, I'm at the top, I'm ruthless, I'm going to do what needs to be done, I'm going to fire people. If I'm head of the mafia, I hear mafia chieftains are having trouble with their sons too, that not all of them want to take on the power of the godfather. But the image of the godfather is a shadow side of the Zeus archetype. And the sky values, which are the ones that reign from above and all of that. You know, when you think about sky gods, there are 2 elements that they are noted for, and one is the capacity to punish with a thunderbolt, but the other is rain. And like the sexually promiscuous element of Zeus, the rain, the god who brings rain to the earth, is fertilizing, is allowing things to grow. So there is this side of Zeus too, is that he grows things. He has lots of children. In an impersonal way, he often supports the growth of a country, a business, people. But he is this distant god, and you cross him and the thunderbolt hits. You know, in a patriarchy, obedience is the major value. And as men and women start to question authority, especially spiritual authority, there is an expression that fits right into the Zeus culture. You know, people say, often as teenagers, when they challenge an early spiritual religious precept, when they did something that they weren't supposed to do, and they did it, and then they said, I waited for lightning to strike. And then when they weren't dead, it was amazing. They really expected to be dead because they had been disobedient. That's the power of Zeus. That's his thunderbolt. Now his brother Poseidon is an interesting god because he is a god that unsuccessfully would try from time to time to challenge Zeus and never succeeded. Poseidon was god of the sea. He was, and his image, as contrasted to Zeus, Zeus's image was not only the lightning bolt, but the eagle. So the eagle who could fly above it all and have this quality of majesty, which is our bird too, and who had an eye for detail. An eagle can see a small rabbit or mouse thousands of feet below and just swoop down and get it, pick it out. So that ability to see the detail and the overview and have a sense of the capacity to do the equivalent of the strike. It's another version of the thunderbolt coming down. If you think about an eagle coming down and swooping, taking what it wants. For Zeus, not only did that, Zeus's ego helped Psyche, helped and flew away with Ganymede, the cupbearer. And in his stories, Zeus had that element of helping those. I mean, he changed actually with time. First he tried to abort the son that Metis might have been carried, and then as his mythology continued, he grew to be a much more nurturing father, so that by the time Dionysus came along, the last of the gods, the god, ecstatic god, the god who is equated with wine, but is so much more than that. That god was incubated in Zeus's thigh until he was old enough to be born. So you had an image of now a tremendously nurturing father who would take a child, take him into himself in order to give him life. And that's very different from the god who would try to destroy or swallow up the mother in order to prevent a son from being born. So there's a evolution of the father archetype within Greek mythology, and watching how he became a better father over time. Now Poseidon starts out with several interesting parts to him. One is that though he is the god of the sea and has as his image the trident, his symbolic animal is a horse. And he was considered to have white horses, riding his chariot over the sea. And his name Poseidon comes from the word Posis Da. And Da, or Da meter, was the goddess, another word for earth. And it is thought that Poseidon was an original consort of Demeter's, or of the earth, and that basically one way of looking at Poseidon is to see that he was the father, he was the earth father as opposed to the sky father, who was submerged in the unconscious under the sea, but who from time to time emerges in a fury, in a rage, in an irrational outburst of emotionality, because this is what Poseidon was known for. He was accompanied by the tumults of the sea. I mean, you think about the sea, it lies there like Lake Michigan does, calm, ruffled by the winds. It looks quite serene. And a day or two from now, you could have storms and the sea could be raging. I've been here in Chicago when the lake was hitting against the land and tearing down breakwaters and things like that, and quite destructive. Well, that is Poseidon. That he would come up and rage, and he had a number of interesting qualities. For one, as a father, he was absolutely on the side of revenging any slights that were done to his kids. Remember Ulysses, who put out the eye of his ugly kid, the one-eyed Cyclops, Polyphemus. And because Ulysses did that, the whole Odyssey is about how Poseidon kept trying to get revenge on Ulysses because he had put out the eye of his son. And that's true in other of his stories too. It's like he never forgot. He was a god who harbored great grudges. And his grudge against Troy was also because of an unpaid debt that the father of Priam had to him. So that there's a way in which, unlike Zeus, who could from an emotional detachment place form various necessary alliances and what have you, if you are like Poseidon, that is not what you do. You have a great deal of passion and alliance, and you get even. And there is a sort of sense of rage that also is characteristic of anybody who is put down. If you have as your primary value something that the culture does not value, the culture of your family, then out of that sense of negation, there's often a sense of rage. And I think when you look at Poseidon, you see a god that was there historically before Zeus. That Zeus came and not only did in the goddesses and took over historically, but Poseidon was a sky god who was an embodied god of the earth who got submerged in a sky god culture. And that is really a lot of Poseidon. And his children represent often qualities that happen when you are repressed as well. He had a son called Triton, who was a merman, who was half fish and half god, and he was really known as the raper. He raped women and nymphs and boys and men. It was as if his emotion, he was a son of Poseidon or a shadow side of him. You see the shadow side of each of the gods or goddesses often as embodied by their children. And the emotional side of Poseidon has clearly been devalued. He had trouble. He would every once in a while try to establish a certain right over a certain part of the earth, and he kept being pushed away. He and Athena vied for what became known as Athens, because obviously she won. But he and she vied for possession of this land. And the story goes that he hit his trident into the soil, and up came brackish salt water, which was of no value to Athens, while she gave them the olive tree with all of its olive oil and various other good things. And so, since this was a contest as to who could bestow upon the city the greatest gift, she won. And his immediate reaction to that was to flood the plains around the Acropolis. Another time, in Argos, he was vying with Hera for possession of the land, and once again, because the people chose Hera as the chief deity, this time what he did was dry up the waters. So there's this quality of the image of water that in its capacity to cover up things, to drown things, to inundate things, or to be withheld. That is a metaphor for emotionality, that he was the god of. And then there was the third god of the father gods, and this was Hades. Hades was probably the oldest of the three, and when it came to drawing lots, he got the underworld. Now, we don't have too much about Hades. We know much more about his realm. In mythology, there are only two stories about his even emerging from the underworld. Once he was guarding his gate, and he got wounded by Hercules, and he went up to Olympus to have his wound tended, and then he went back to the underworld. The only other time we hear of him at all is when he abducted Persephone into the underworld. Otherwise, he was called the Invisible One. He spent all of his time in the underworld, and his symbol was, among others, a invisible cap. It's like the when the brothers were fighting the Titans, the Cyclopes or the Cyclops gave them each a symbol of their respective realms. And they were the ones, as the story goes, that gave the thunderbolt to Zeus and the trident to Poseidon and the cap of invisibility to Hades. So we know about Hades as a realm much more than we know about Hades as a embodied male figure. And we also know that he was called the Rich One. By the time the Romans came along, they called him Pluto, and Pluto means riches. He was also considered a very forbidding figure, but he was also called a counselor. So he had this element that was very different from the Christian sense of Hades, because he was never considered evil or satanic. His realm was one in which people existed after death. In my images, thought of them is like holograms. They were sort of, you could see their form, but they were transparent. You could see through them. So when Ulysses went into the underworld, or Ulysses went into the underworld because he needed to consult Tiresias, he poured blood into a trench so the spirits could lap it up and for a while become alive again. So under the earth lay these images, potential images. They also lived on this plane of asphodel, and at a certain point they could drink of the river of forgetfulness and then come up from the underworld into life again. Looking at image that has not yet been embodied as metaphor, and basically you have the Jungian idea of an archetype, that we have the potential, the archetypal potential, but it requires becoming embodied in a person with flesh and blood, and in Jungian terms, to become an emotional complex, one must have the image and affect together. So it's image, affect, embodiment to become expressed through us as humans. So under the ground might be said to exist the realm of the archetypal world, all the potentiality that ever has been, waiting perhaps to be reborn again, and through the river of forgetfulness coming up into life again. And the story was that there were judges underground, but not judges that necessarily condemned people. They just sort of told you where to go in the underworld. There were 3 judges that you came to. The story was basically that Hermes, the messenger god, in his capacity as guide of souls, came for you when you died and guided you to the underworld. There you had to negotiate the river Styx, which surrounded Hades. And for that you needed a coin. You gave to Charon, who ferried you across to the other side, and there at the gates of Hades you had to go by the three-headed dog, who let you by without any difficulty, but kept you in once you were there. And this was a place in which the shade just sort of wandered around, was the impression given. There was one place that a few nefarious notables lived, called the deepest, darkest Tartarus, and it lay below Hades. They said that if it would take an anvil 9 days, if you dropped it from the top of the sky to hit the earth, it would take 9 more days to go from earth to the very lower, darkest Tartarus. And there were imprisoned some of the worst characters, a king who offered up his child to be eaten and served it to the gods, and the Titans who had lost to the Olympians were imprisoned there. In a sense, this is a metaphor for the unconscious. We can repress things there, but they stay alive. We never really kill off anything that is psychological. We can bury it like we bury memories. We can put it underground like we can do with emotion and love and grief and what have you. But nothing is really dead and for good ever gone, because it can be evoked up again in some form. So underground lay all the potentiality. And it's a god of riches. The image of the three father gods, by the way, were all very similar, in that they all appeared to be men of mature age with beards. The statue of Poseidon and the statues of Zeus are virtually identical, except they have different symbols. And though Hades is not seen very much literally in art, he is also the unseen one. The few drawings that do exist of Hades also are a bearded man, usually with a cap on, and often holding a cornucopia or a horn of plenty, because he was considered to be the god of great riches. Now, the riches could be gems and that kind of riches. It could be that everything that grows from below upward. But from a standpoint of the collective unconscious, wherein lay everything that is humanly possible, that too is a land of riches. So this is the realm that Hades operated from. It's a realm that if you take each of the realms and think about real men who might embody them, Zeus is clear and seen and visible as the god was in the major power men in mythology, in reality. Poseidon appears much more in poets, I think, and I would appreciate it if, as you hear about the gods, if you have some examples, I would really appreciate that you let me know what your ideas might be of the various people. Poseidon, I think about as Dylan Thomas, when he in his poetry that has the power of the sea. When he speaks about rage against, what is it? We don't go quietly into the night. Rage against the darkening of the light. Dying of the light. I mean, that is so Poseidon in its energy of rage and power. And Tennessee Williams and Eugene O'Neill's plays carry the dark father who in his alcohol rages and is destructive. And very often that is the Poseidon father in this culture, that he quietly goes about his business and then erupts. And often it is in alcohol that rage and violence comes out, and then he goes down again. Unlike the anger of detached Zeus, who selectively expresses not an out-of-control anger, but an eagle or a thunderbolt selectivity because he wants something or he wants to punish somebody specifically. It's very different from the Poseidon father, who is himself tumultuous, himself feeling full of rage, and so under the influence of alcohol or a particular situation, he's fired from his job, he goes home, he beats his kids and his wife. And it just erupts, and it erupts all over the place. And the trigger was not something in particular. The child of a Zeus father knows he's getting it because he's been disobedient, and maybe a totally irrational kind of order that he was supposed to follow, but it's specific. You didn't do this, you get it. That's not true of the anger side of the Poseidon father, because he's just full of rage himself because he has been devalued and unempowered and all of that, and so when it erupts, it just erupts all over everybody, and then it often gets quiet again. So there's a difference in those. Hades, as a father figure or as a figure itself, we don't really know very much about. He apparently probably fathered no children, so he's not really known as a father. I find it difficult to imagine the Hades man as a child. It's fairly easy to think about the Poseidon man as a child, because he is the emotional kid, very much like Ares. Ares and Poseidon, both devalued in this culture, represent to me the man who is so innately in touch with his feelings in a culture that would just as soon he didn't have any. So it's really a problem to be emotional and not have the capacity to become detached. And if you don't do that well, then you are in trouble, as men who are like Poseidon and Ares do get into trouble. Now Hades, we know of Poseidon and Hades' childhood only that they were swallowed by Kronos and devoured and then later freed. So one might say that if they their story of being contained within a family structure might be the only, say, hints of what a childhood might be like. But I think of Hades more as a place, just as the Greeks think of Hades as a place. Hades was a place as well as the name of the god, and people were much more familiar with the underworld as place. I find it interesting that the underworld in mythology, other than Greek mythology, also is equated with the name of the deity whose realm it was, so that we call it Hel, from the Norse goddess Hel. And in the Norse view of the underworld, it was of the great cauldron of death and rebirth. It was where you descended and again came up and transformed, so that the underground realm, from the standpoint of mythology, unlike the standpoint of Christianity, is that it was this place of transformative, a transformative place that you went after you died, where rebirth was possible. It wasn't a place ruled by an evil god named Satan or the devil. That, I think, is what happens when the culture gets predominantly one-sided. From the standpoint of a sky god, the underworld must indeed appear to be a hellish place, a negative place, a place where you project all your evil on, perhaps. But if you are familiar with the underworld, it is just the underworld. It has its own qualities, but it isn't like a repository of everything that you call evil. It is a very familiar place. There are two gods of the next generation who know the underworld well, probably. One, of course, was Hermes, who as a psychopomp or guide of the soul would come down with souls to the underworld, came down and rescued Persephone, who was abducted or raped and abducted by Hades, who in that role as Dark Father abducts the daughter into the underworld. And daughters who suffer from incest very much are like Persephones, who get abducted into the underworld. And this is part of of the mythology, but it's also the story of the father gods. Another version, much as a story of Agamemnon, who was willing to sacrifice his daughter Iphigenia in order to get the winds to be a good general, to take his fleet of Greek soldiers to Troy. Again, it's another metaphor for what men in this culture sacrifice to have power. That is, not just their sons but their daughters, and not just the young innocent part that is represented by the boy in them, but the young anima, feeling side. If you are a sky god, then your feelings come through your anima, and your willingness to sacrifice that anima, that daughter, in order to have power is also what happens in this culture. So that Hades can also represent the dark aspect of the father who does the incest, who does the rape, who does the bad things. And in the myth itself, it's like Persephone called out to her father Zeus as she was being abducted by Hades, and Zeus heard her cries and ignored her because he knew all along what was going to happen, because he had given Hades permission to abduct Persephone into the underworld. Well, when you look at this as a drama of dark and light representing conscious and less conscious parts of a man who is identified with a father archetype, you have the father who is looking like a solid citizen in the world, who gives permission to his darker brother in himself to abduct the daughter into the underworld. And of course, there is this terrible betrayal, as Isaac also felt, as Iphigenia might have felt, when the daughter cries out for the good father to help, and he ignores it and allows the dark father to abduct her into hell. And that is part of the shadow representative, because anything that you put into shadow also goes underground and is devalued. So that is part of the dark side of Hades. And Hades, as a place, though, Hermes can come and rescue the daughter, bringing meaning, perhaps. I mean, because he was the communicator. He could go from the highest Olympus in the sky. He wandered over the earth. He went down to the underworld. He was the messenger of the gods. He is the person or the symbol that can rescue Persephone. He also rescued Dionysus. In that, when you go into a dark place, because the underworld is also where we go when we go through a dark phase of our own life stories and spend time in the underworld, cut off from the sunniness of the upper world, in our depressions, in our descents, it is Hermes that can rescue us, because Hermes brings an understanding, meaning to the experience, allows us to then traverse from upper world to earth world to underworld. And that therapists who have a Hermes element archetypally may be able to go with their people into the underworld, know it well, feel safe there, and offer both the company and the meaning and of that Hermes did, the guide of the souls, because the underworld is where souls go. Spirits go up with Zeus. So Hermes goes into the underworld and is able to be there. Dionysus, who I'll talk about a bit later, has a very interesting part of his life as an underworld part. We don't know very much about it, but we know that for 3 months out of the year, he reigned in Delphi, while Apollo went elsewhere. We also know this obscure thing that comes up every once in a while in Greek mythology is probably part of the mystery religions, but there was this statement that Dionysus and Hades are one. And what I think it may mean is that Dionysus represents that part that periodically goes into the underworld and knows the underworld from the standpoint of the abducted one, the dismembered one. Persephone and Dionysus represent, I think, those parts of us that make descents involuntarily, that are torn to pieces or abducted or betrayed or what have you, and then live for a time in the underworld and are freed, essentially, often by either that it is part of the tides of life, that we make a descent and we come out, or Hermes comes with the message of its meaning and brings us out. So this is something of that. Jung knew his way around the underworld. Anyone who works with the collective unconscious has a sense of journeying there and knowing, being a guide. And so do people like Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, who work with death, because death and psychosis are the places where you start to know the underworld. You make a descent when you either face death or you face the death of a part of yourself, a death of your innocence, a death of your dreams. When you have cancer and you might die, you go, it's an initiation into the underworld. And when you are initiated in that way, it is like an abduction. And so there's that way of knowing the underworld, as well as the Hades ability somehow to be able to go down there and go through descents, but not get to have a sense of victim. So there's a difference often with people who go through very bad periods of their life, but hold on to a sense that there's meaning. And if you hold on to a sense that there's meaning to the experience, you don't go into as dark, you don't really hit the dark night of the soul. You go down as Hermes, you don't go down as Persephone or Dionysus. So that's the zipping through. I've been very much aware that I carry a lot of Hermes in my life, in this zipping by airplane from there to here and zipping around, as I take you from to the stereotypes to archetypes or what have you. There's something very Hermes about that, and that's been one of my insights into how a woman can have a real kinship with a male archetype and have it as part. And on a theoretical standpoint, I think that there's something to be said for looking at all of the archetypes that are constellated in yourself and just seeing them as that there are these various archetypes. Some are male, some are female. And you understand yourself best when you get a sense of what they are and who they are. I've had to zip through, and I'm 10 minutes over what I said you should leave for lunch. So why don't we break for lunch, and we're going to gather here at 10 of 2. I've divided the generation of the suns into a couple of different categories. I put Apollo and Hermes in the categories of archetypes or gods that really fit in a kind of favored sun category. That not only did they have an implicit kind of approval from Zeus, but as an archetype in the culture, they're clearly favored and are the archetypes that make it possible for men to be successful in a culture that is sky god oriented and concerned with power and communication with words. And then there were 2 sons that were the rejected sons of Zeus, and those 2 were Ares, the god of war, and Hephaestus, the god of the forge. I put Dionysus in a category in which he is neither of the above, and at this point I'm not sure what I'm calling that particular category. It has something to do with bridging the 2 and something to do with capacity for transformation and ecstasy. I emphasize not his god of wine quality, which he was known as Bacchus, but that he truly was the ecstatic god. Apollo and Hermes, let's start with Hermes. By the way, I wrote Gods and Everyman as I write in general, which is that I write whatever I move to write first, so I don't write in a linear way. For the Taoist psychology and for Goddesses and Every Woman, the most personal chapters, and I know for the Taoist psychology, the last chapter was the first one I wrote, and the last chapter, Heroine in Every Woman, is a chapter that I'm not sure whether it was the first one I wrote, but it was virtually untouched by the publisher and was a really personal statement. This particular book, Gods and Every Man, I started out with Hermes, and I understand even more now that I understand my own relationship to Hermes, why I might have started with him. And then I would wonder which god I would write next, and took him, whichever one, in the order that felt right. So I started with Hermes is the messenger god, and he was a god of communication. He was a god of businessmen and thieves. He was a god of athletes. He was the negotiating god. I think many of you may know of Hermes because Murray Stein, who is from here, has talked of him as the god of significant transitions and passages, which he certainly is. In fact, Murray's work on Hermes and on Hephaestus have been very helpful to me in understanding the nature of the god. Hermes starts out with an unusual first day of life. Basically, he was the son of Zeus and Maya, and Maya was a shy goddess, one of the Pleiades, who lived in a cave. She was apparently beloved by Zeus. Hera never got involved in her story, so there isn't a story, as you'll find with the other sons, of a jealous Hera issue with Zeus. And so Zeus impregnated Maya in her cave, and out of that union was born Hermes. And Hermes was very quick-witted and very precocious from the moment he was born. The first thing he did on being born was get out of his cradle, and he ventured out of the cradle and out of the cave, and as he walked out of the cave, what did he see but this tortoise slowly ambling by? And I get the impression that he looked at this tortoise and said, I wonder what I could do with this, because he's a very resourceful god. Looked at the tortoise and got inspired to make him into a musical instrument. So he used the tortoise shell to make the lyre, a harp-like instrument that he could use to inspire, to bring joy, to bring sleep, sweet sleep to people. So you listened to the playing of the lyre and were moved into various places in yourself. And then, having spent his morning creating this, he started to think that he was really kind of hungry, and what he wanted was some nice barbecued beef. So he set out to get himself some. And who had the best cattle around but his older brother Apollo? And so he looked over at Apollo's cattle, and he decided he'd steal 50 of them. And what he did was he took 50 of them, and he put twigs on his own feet so that he would leave no footprints behind, and he had these cows walk backwards so that if you followed its trail, you wouldn't know which direction it had, that it was being lured away. He marched the cows backwards. He got them to a place where he could barbecue 2 of them, and he did. And then having had his meal, He then went back to his cave and climbed in the cradle, put his lyre under his arm, and then pretended as if he had been up to nothing. Apollo, who, as his brother, saw through all of this, realized when he noted that his cows were rustled or whatever, that something was amiss and that a thief was around, and knew that the trick had been played, saw through it, went into the cave and confronted his little Hermes brother, who was sitting there all innocent-like, and Apollo confronts him with his deed. And Hermes said, "Who, me? I'm just a little babe. I was just born this morning. All I have been interested in have been eating and sleeping and being bathed. Besides, my feet are too tender and the earth is hard." And so that was his first day, and Apollo then took Hermes to Zeus, accused him in front of Zeus. I mean, real sibling rivalry. And what we have here is the younger sibling, who isn't big enough to do anything by power and might, but is bright enough to figure out ways to get what he wants. And here's Apollo going to complain to Zeus about little bright brother. And Zeus hears Apollo's side of the story, and then turns to Hermes, who starts to give this rap. And by the way, Hermes even swears on Zeus's name that he did not do this. So he's not somebody as thief or as storyteller. I mean, he has this trickster quality. Basically, that is one of his archetypes, that he is the trickster. And so Zeus starts to hear Hermes make up his story, and he just laughs and says, "Restore the cows." I mean, Zeus at this point is the father who isn't taken in by the story. And yet what he does with Hermes in laughing is one of the problems that the Hermes son has. Because if you're bright, you can communicate, you can make up a story, and you start to almost believe stories, which the Hermes mind does. I mean, what level is real? If you have the ability to zip between the worlds and you come up with a story, it's easy to sort of fall into the story. And one of the necessities for a Hermes boy is having to have a loving father, but also one that isn't conned. And Stanislav Zurich, who wrote about delinquency, wrote about superego lacunae in delinquents. That is, if you have a parent for whom you live out the shadow side, to speak in Jungianese, you say with one voice the words, "That's bad, don't do it," but you smile. And then you want to know a little bit more of the details. Tell me, how did you joyride in that car? Was it fun? That's after saying, in effect, that was bad to do. And the child gets the message, not the message in the words, which is that you shouldn't do this, but the words in the body language and in the affect and the underlying message of the father who says, "Go do it. I got too repressed. You live it out." And in delinquent families, it's very often that you have a law and order appearing parent who is subtly encouraging the son to act out the delinquency. And there's something of that feeling in the first dialogue between Zeus and Apollo and Hermes, because in a sense he was amused, and it says in effect that he was amused and he smiled, but he also called Hermes on his behavior, wasn't taken in by it, and said, "Restore the cows," which he did. And then one of the things that happened with Hermes was that he bargained with his brother. You see, his brother Apollo really wanted that musical instrument that Hermes had made. And Hermes bargained with him. He got to be the messenger god. He got the symbol of the messenger, the staff, from his brother. He got the power to be to share some minor prophecy, and he got the shepherd crook quality. that had belonged to Apollo, he got it. And in return, he gave the gift of the musical instrument to his brother. And that again is also this sort of, if you don't have the birthright, if you don't come into the world and aren't given everything, then how do you go about but by your wits and by trading and negotiating, which is also what often second sons do. And I had a great deal of pleasure in reading the Charles Bohr translation of the hymn to Hermes, because it really conveys a lot of this early part of Hermes. And also, Hermes had a mother who was positively, she's a very feeling, sort of introverted mother who wasn't involved in being out there as a persona, who saw through her son, and whose son ends up being, in many ways, the son who establishes himself. He's sort of as a second-born child or third-born or whatever he was. He didn't inherit. He's very much like the in patriarchal families where the honor and the title and the property goes to the oldest son. He represents the son who, by his wits, without title, manages to get what he wants in the world. And as an archetype, in his relationship with his mother, he speaks of having nothing, and he's going to get it not only for himself, but for his mother. And in many stories, in Horatio Alger type stories and what have you, you have this image of the young, ambitious son who makes his way in the world and provides for his mother. I think Elvis Presley in his Graceland, making Graceland, honoring his mother, has something of the Hermes quality. Well, this is what the hymn to Hermes part of it. And this was after his night out stealing Apollo's cows. Hermes tiptoes back into Maia's cave and quietly got into his cradle, the picture of an innocent baby. But the god couldn't fool his mother, the goddess, who said this: "Just what are you up to, smarty? Where were you that you come in at this hour of the night? Impudence written all over you. Now I'm beginning to think you would walk right out the front door under the arm of Apollo if it weren't bolted on all sides with chains that are unbreakable. But there, so you wouldn't go plundering all over the valley. Well, go ahead, get out. Your father made you just to be a headache to gods and man." Hermes answered her shrewdly, "Mother, why do you aim these things at me, as if I were a little kid who knew a lot of rules in his head and could be scared? A kid who could be scared by his mother's words? Why, I shall be engaged in the greatest art of all, always concerned for you, of course, and for myself. We're not going to stick around here as you want, the only two among all the immortal gods without any gifts, without even prayers." You see, he was a have-not who was determined to make his way in the world, which he did very well. Hermes was known as the god of boundaries and the god of travelers. He was named possibly for the little stack of stones, stone cairns, that marked boundaries, that also a herm was found in Greek, at the threshold of Greek homes. You had Hestia's fire inside the house, and you had the herm at the gateway. And as you came and went, as you left the house, Hermes accompanying you. When you came into the house, you had Hestia's presence. So these were the two qualities. And Hermes was the traveler. He was known as the friendliest god. He would come in and accompany you on your journeys. You prayed to Hermes for safe passage through foreign lands. And he was the god who would just enter quickly and leave. And so there's the expression whenever a group of people came together and there was a sense of sudden silence, people would say, Hermes has entered the room. So he had this quality of being this, and as an image, as I said, in contrast to the father figure, who were these mature men with beards, the gods looked younger that were of the second generation, and certainly Hermes did. He was shown usually as an unshaven, youthful man. In the most famous images that we know of, it has to do with his Roman name, Mercury. So, as Mercury, he had wings on his shoes, or he wore, often he wore a cap with wings, and he carried the caduceus, or the symbol of his office as the messenger god, bringing messages to and from Olympus, and that was his particular symbol. He was the only god on the male side who could transcend all of the levels at will. There was an equivalent goddess called Iris, who also could go as messenger goddess from Olympus down to the underworld and back. But it was Hermes that not only went from the three levels, but at the level of the traveler on earth, he accompanied all kinds of travelers. And he is like, in the I Ching, there's a description of what you have to be like in the world to be the wanderer. And he was the wanderer, in that he went from place to place. He didn't have a home in any particular place. And he was consequently the friendliest of gods, which a wanderer must do if you venture into other people's terrains, is the sense of friendliness and appropriateness for the terrain was a natural for Hermes. Hermes has this trickster element that was evident from the very beginning. The American Indians call this element coyote, the capacity to change forms and adapt to wherever you are. And this is also what you do if you're a con man. You do it also if you are visiting strange countries and you have to fit in. You put on your different chameleon-like aspects in order to be accepted, and then you move on. And this is a quality that he had, as well as the one I emphasized in relationship to Hades, which is that he was the guide of the souls. Because he was also, as Jung wrote about him, the alchemical god, and he was a spirit Mercurius. And in that element, you think about Mercury or Quicksilver, and you have a real essence of the god himself. Try to contain Quicksilver in your hand. You can't. It breaks apart, it comes together. Try to trap a Mercury personality or Hermes man, and you find it very difficult, because his motto really is a don't fence me in quality. He doesn't want to be captured. As a archetype that's lived out in men, he is clearly that unshaven man who is always, clear the young adolescent male who is the embodiment of the archetype of the puer aeternus. The man who doesn't stay and root himself in any one place because he doesn't want to give up the potential of what he could do in the next place. So he is the man who, as an archetype, may live out in his 20s this golden youth, which Hermes looked like, in which all kinds of potential is given him. But somehow, unless he learns the discipline, unless he makes a commitment, nothing ever happens. He is always in the process of becoming. He is the puer aeternus that women think of as a sort of the dance-away lover. He is very much involved often with women whom he views as the Hermes man views in relationship to knowledge and foreign travel. It's a capacity to find out what is the next world like. This curious, intuitive, exploring quality that is so Hermes applies to his relationship as well, so that he may have a series of relationships, each of which for the moment he's very fascinated with, because she resembles to him a foreign territory that he wants to know more about. And once he knows about it, he moves on, because he's not the kind of man who wants to make a commitment unless he matures. But the young Hermes is a puer who just captivates women and men, because all of these gods have a capacity to be either gay or heterosexual, and they behave in a very similar way. So that the young Hermes is also very well known in the gay community as the attractive youth who also moves on, and so this is part of the Hermes quality. He's a god who, as the alchemical god, however, can shift from this coyote, trickster, con man, sociopath. You see, he can do it because he can feel his way into whatever new country he's in and understand it. And then, speaking as a native of that country, he can then easily, as with his friendliness and what have you, be able to merge in some sense psychologically with the other person, and therefore, without much difficulty, he is able to be the confidence person or the good salesperson. I mean, they're all the same. The good businessman, the good negotiator on the positive side, carries the shadow of being the sociopath and the trickster and the con man. The ethicalness and integrity of that male person is what keeps him from being one or the other. The archetype itself could be lived out by the highly ethical businessman or by the highly unethical crook. It's a similar sort of thing. But one of the things you know about Hermes is that he's not particularly interested in prestige and in power. He doesn't care very much about those things. So that when, for example, Hephaestus captures Ares having an affair with his wife Aphrodite and thinks that people are going to be offended that his wife has been unfaithful, he catches him. He catches her in the act, in this invisible net. And Hermes observes that, and rather than being outraged about anyone having an affair, he says in effect that he wouldn't mind being in Ares' position, because this is very much Hermes is full of possibilities and whatever. Hermes in alchemy, like Quicksilver won't attach to anything except gold and silver. When it recognizes real gold, it bonds to it. That's why gold was used in panning for gold. It would precipitate out with the gold. So there's the capacity for the hermetic quality to recognize true value, true worth, true philosophy, true gold, whatever it is. And Hermes, as an alchemical presence, not only could find true gold, but he could unite the different levels, which is what made him the spirit Mercurius. As an archetype of significant passages, Murray Stein speaks of liminality. That is, that when you are passing through two stages of your life, when you are in the midst of transition, for example at midlife, and you are leaving behind your old identity, your old relationship, who you used to be, and you go through a midlife transition where everything is suddenly up for grabs, so to speak, when you don't know what is coming next, and you have not settled in the next significant passage of your life, but you are in that place in between. That is named for the limen, or the beam that goes over the threshold of a door. So it's like when you are in that doorway position, this is a position of liminality between two worlds. And this is where Hermes is very much the god of significant passage. Because Hermes, as Herm, for example, was the boundaries between property. Herms were also erected over graves, like gravestones. And so it signified the god of passage into death, as well as as you know, that he guided souls to the underworld. So wherever there were places where you could travel from one realm to the next, this is the realm that Hermes was the god over. And Hermes, as the god of communication, is the god who can not only tolerate those periods of transition when everything is in flux, but with his capacity to bring words and meaning to the situation, he can cross those boundaries by giving the experience some meaning. This is the part in which the analyst travels with a patient through the many transitions. As carrying the Hermes archetype, this is also Hermes who not only went down to the underworld with the message that Zeus finally got, which was that Persephone needed to be reunited with her mother. So it was Hermes that went down to fetch her. And it was Hermes also that when yet another younger brother of his, Dionysus, needed to be rescued and carried from one place to another, it's what he did, so that he carries, he moves people, he helps them to go from one level to another. I see him as the God who can give meaning and understanding to passages, and that is really what gets you unstuck. When you have the experience alone, it's not enough. When you have the experience and get the meaning of it, then you can integrate the experience and move through it. And often you are in that liminal passageway between old and new lives until you get a sense of the meaning of what you have been through that you can take with you through the passage into the other side. So these are the many sides of Hermes. Now Hermes, as a god, had a number of other stories that had to do with his relationships and his children. He had an affair with Aphrodite, and out of the relationship was born Hermaphroditus, the bisexual or androgynous god who had the names and the sexual characteristics of both of his parents. Now, when you have an image of a woman with a penis or a man with breasts, you have a symbol of wholeness in its early stages. Like when alchemy is used as a language for individuation, the union of opposites in its earliest form is an unconscious union of opposites. It's a union in which male and female are together, but not in a differentiated conscious way. So it's what's called the lesser conjunctio. And the symbol in people's dreams, which sometimes alarms them, is at a point in time when wholeness is a beginning notion. The image is of a hermaphrodite as the symbol. The hermaphrodite as a symbol is also the symbol of what can be referred to increasingly as a shamanic experience, that the person who is able to intercede between the worlds is also Hermes. I mean, Hermes, traveled from worlds to world, but the shaman is able to transcend the various worlds in himself. I mean, that he is shamanic. He at one point goes underground. If any of you have worked with Michael Harner, there's, through drumming and altered states of consciousness, a shifting of your psyche so that you become like an animal and go underground, or you encounter your power animal in the underworld, or what have you. And this shamanic capacity to venture between the worlds is very much like Hermes, and the shamanic folks often have had a hermaphroditic psychological experience. In this, Dionysus also shares. Both Hermes and Dionysus share that experience of male-femaleness, being being, but Dionysus more than Hermes. Hermes, it's sort of like the child of his, Hermaphroditus, had that capacity to be shamanistic. He had two other types of children that also describe the way the archetype can develop. He had two sons who were really major criminal sorts. As perjurers, I think his name was Autolycus, the perjurer. There was another one named Myrtilus, who, in order to steal a night with a woman, betrayed and was responsible for the death of his employer because he was supposed to fix a linchpin in his chariot. And because he wanted to spend the night with this woman, he made a linchpin out of wax and hid it as if it were real in the chariot. And then, of course, when his master got in the chariot, soon it fell apart and he died. And I think about the shuttle and the business-type men who, for profit or for expediency, would not have the conscience of looking at what that might do. And this is, again, the shadow side of Hermes. I think the shoddiness that went into the shuttle might have been a very Hermes sort of quality in its shadow side. But on the other hand, he had a son who turns out to be the embodiment of the Good Shepherd. And in this I think about how the shepherd as a Christian symbol and as a metaphor, the 23rd Psalm, yea, though I go through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Well, if, because thou art with me, that again is the Good Shepherd element of Hermes, which is also what someone can do with in those transitions between life and death. That I think about with all the death of with AIDS in San Francisco, how the Shanti Project has been training people to be counselors for not only the men who are dying, but for their support system. And that capacity to go with somebody, which Elizabeth Kubler-Ross can do, is, again, the Good Shepherd side of this same archetype. It can shepherd a person through the valley of the shadow of death, whatever that might mean. And I think it means physical death, the threat of physical death, the threat of ego death, the threat of psychosis. All of that is something of the ability of the Hermes archetype. So this is Hermes, the messenger god. And I'm trying to think about what to do, whether I should go into Apollo or... I think maybe I will just do sketches of the gods and then explore them. I would like to have a dialogue with you. So I would like to give you some outline of the gods and then be more open to your reactions or your questions. So let me just tell you about pairing the two, Apollo and Hermes. That Apollo is Apollo, Athena, and Zeus were the reigning, favored, powerful deities of Athens and of the glory that was Greece. Apollo, Zeus, and Athena represent the triumph of rational mind over everything else. It says something about the values not only of Athens but of the United States. It speaks of the shift into a more sky, unfeeling, but discriminating place. Because on the positive side, they represent the capacity to see things clearly from above, to not be emotionally involved with its positive and its negative potentialities. Apollo was the god of the sun. His mother was Leto. His sister was Artemis. Artemis was the firstborn sister, The story goes that Leto was a Titan who was one of the earlier consorts of Zeus. She got pregnant. Hera knew about her and let it be known that if any country or any peoples took in pregnant Leto, she would unleash her hostility and wrath on them. And given that when Aegina had an affair with Zeus, given that she brought a plague to the entire island of Aegina because this one girl lived there, you didn't cross Hera lightly. And that's what happened. So that Leto went from country to country, and this is sort of like the story of Mary and Joseph. Nobody would take her in. And so finally, as she was about to enter labor, she went to a barren island of Ortega. There, initially, firstborn Artemis was born. And then from the moment she was born, she helped midwife her mother. As the mother went into the longest, most painful labor in mythology, that is for 9 days and 9 nights, she was in great pain until Apollo was born. And then we hear about Apollo and Artemis, that Artemis taught Apollo how to be an archer. They both were archers. She had the silver bow and arrows, he had the golden bow and arrows. And when you think about the archer, you have a real sense of what the Apollo archetype is like. That is that if you have a target, you know how you aim for it. How you get to be a good archer is practice and discipline and having the goal of being an archer. And those qualities of being able to aim for a target, which takes linear time, to go for it, to be willing to do whatever practice it takes to learn how to master the art, that's what an Apollo kid does very easily. So you don't have to lean on this kind of kid to get his homework done. He is the kind of kid who turns out to be an Eagle Scout. He is truly the favored son. This is the kid that wins all the awards and offices and probably plays quarterback on the football team if he's at all athletic. He is the star. He is the one that is his father's son. And in one of his sayings, he describes, I think in his hymn, that he was there to make evident the will of the Father. And he did. So he embodied this real capacity to be in the sun, the God of the sun, the God up there. If you're Apollo, you don't live in the realm of gray worlds at all. Up there as God of the sun, there's only real light and real dark. It's black and white. And Apollo is known for his linear, rational thinking. He, like his sister Artemis, stands for a level of purity and distance. They were both emotionally distant kinds of deities, but he, up in the sky, had all of this emotional or all this physical distance between the earth and the sun where he was. And as the God of the sun, he had several aspects. He was God of the sun, but he had another side which seems in many ways quite different, in that he was a prophetic God, indirectly. He was a God that fathered Asclepius, the god of healing, or the god of medicine. And so Apollo is the god of medicine, the god of the sun, and he was a god of a certain kind of music. And in fact, in medical school, I know that there were a great many Apollo achievers in medicine. So it works very well. And as a god of music, he is a god of music that is of really clear notes. He doesn't have Dionysian music that is ecstatic or mystical or emotional. His music is very much the music that is pure and has a pure tone and has harmonics that are major key and things like that. That's the element of Apollo. Apollo, for all of his appearance, when you talk about Greek gods, he looks like a Greek god. People are usually think of Apollo. He looks like Apollo. And the pictures of Apollo Belvedere, various Apollos, again, is this youngish, attractive, handsome man. This is Apollo. And yet, of all the gods, he had the most unlucky or unfortunate experience with women. For all of his Apollo beauty, he didn't seem to do very well with women. In fact, he was, in a way, the god that continually got rejected. And one can understand it if you understand the archetype, that the god of the sun, with his black and whiteness of how he sees the world, with his rational thinking quality, emotions are one of the more difficult parts of him. Empathy is very difficult for him. He is truly a straight arrow, law and order, black and white, very, very much Apollo. Well, Apollo fell in love a couple of times, and he fell in love with Cassandra. And he promised Cassandra, if she would be his lover, that she would have the gift from him of prophecy. So Cassandra got the gift of prophecy and then didn't want to make love to Apollo. So Apollo couldn't take it back, but he could lay on her that, yes, she had the gift of prophecy, but nobody would believe her. The Sibyl also was in a similar sort of situation where she got the gift from him and didn't want to have anything to do with him. There was one goddess, Coronis, that he did a little bit better with. Coronis, and what he did, and I think what Apollo men often do, is that they go after relationships much as the way they go after any other kind of goals. And so they put some energy into it, and then once they have the relationship, they go off. This is what happened with Coronis. He got a relationship with Coronis. She was pregnant. And then he goes off to be god of the sun, and he says to this raven, who was white at that time, "You keep an eye on her." And then he goes off, and pretty soon the raven notes that she's having an affair with somebody else. So Raven goes up to Apollo and reports. He, for a moment, loses it emotionally, damns the woman, and finds that she dies, and then turns for a moment, the raven turns from white bird to black bird, and then immediately after he has momentarily unleashed his anger, he feels badly for it, but it's too late. He's killed Coronis. And Coronis is pregnant then with Asclepius, and he takes the fetus out of the mother and raises him. So the god of medicine is in direct lineage to Apollo. There is, for everybody who lives so much in the light, fortunately and truly, to appreciate mythology is to appreciate Jungian psychology, because Jungian psychology has as a kind of fundamental underpinning the sense of opposites, that there's always, where there is light, there is dark. Where there is bright, there is dim. That the whole picture is never just one-sided. So you see in the most dark aspected emotional person the potential light that's there. And you see in the most light-sided person a shadow. And to deny that is to repress or to be split off from a potential for wholeness. Well, here is Apollo, and in his light side he has all this good stuff. And he has all these sayings that he lives by also, which is typical Apollo. Have all the sayings that you live by. But when things came up for him, there were times when, like his striking out at Coronis, when unexpectedly this straight arrow, upstanding god turned venomous, and it is described that he had words that were like poisoned serpents. So poisoned serpents were one of his symbols, as interestingly was the wolf, as a shadow side. As a white bird, as a dark raven was one of his symbols. And it is typical for an Apollo man, when he loses it, to get verbally negative. Now, from another stand of the Apollo man that is represented in what happened at Delphi. You see, for all his rational linear side, the god himself, he was the god of Delphi, where lived the Delphic oracle. The Delphic oracle, his oracle, was always a woman. There's a woman who sat on a tripod, supposedly over this crack in the earth, where fumes of laurel and other maybe psychedelic kinds of fumes would come up. She would go into a trance state, and she would channel, or she would do whatever she did. And then he or his priest would interpret what she said. Now, one of the things about many Apollo men is that they're wonderful at explaining the rational world. Our scientific minds, our legal minds, are very much Apollo minds. But the difficulty speaking of what is emotional, because that is an area that is not one that is close to their heart, so to speak, is often left into a much more inarticulate anima side of himself. So always, when it came to prophetic statements, he was the god of prophecy, but it came through the oracles that were his priestesses. So he spoke indirectly through them. It was said that Apollo spoke through the Delphic oracle, but he spoke uncharacteristically for the god in a very obscure way. You went to the Delphic oracle and you got this sort of rhyme or this metaphor that could go either way often, and only it's sort of like getting a dream that you understand after it happened. And this was a quality of Apollo that is, I think, representative of his being in touch with, being attracted to women who have a prophetic visionary side, and his own inner woman is like that too, highly undeveloped, often hidden in him, but still with the ability to speak in a prophetic way. The laurel leaf, by the way, that was sacred to Apollo is the result of yet one of his other unsuccessful loves, that he fell in love with a nymph, a wood nymph, and he chased her, and she did not want to have a relationship with him. And so she prayed to her father, the river god, and became, as Daphne is her name, Daphne became a laurel tree. And just as he was about to grab her, she became a tree. And though he didn't have the woman he loved, he continued to consider sacred to him the laurel as a tree and honor it as his sacred tree. Apollo's was a god who did not get caught in heroic sorts of things. In the Iliad, Poseidon challenges him to fight more directly for the Trojans, because he was nominally on the side of Troy, and he refused. And he was called a coward by his sister Artemis, who was much more apt to go right into the fray. And so here is Artemis calling her younger brother, Apollo, "You coward," and Poseidon, who is challenging him to, fight, be a man. And Apollo says, "I am in effect above it all. I'm not going to sully myself with fighting over these mortal riffraff." That was his attitude. And that is a way sometimes an Apollo man just gets above it all. He's not going to get involved in all of this carried on emotionally or struggle, what have you. And he just sort of leaves the field. And as a father's son and as a brother, Apollo has a kind of brother-sister relationship with more deities than any other. I mean, that he is in relationship with his very competent sister, has some sibling rivalry with her. The story with her is she once fell in love with Orion, a hunter, and Apollo, in his jealousy, one day appealed to her competitiveness by saying, "You see that spot over in the ocean? I bet you can't hit it." And she, because this is her archetype, rises to the challenge of, "I can hit anything." And so she does, of course, because she was the goddess with unerring aim. But that speck in the ocean was the man she loved, Orion the hunter, who had gone wading out into the ocean and had waded up to his neck. Apollo, going by, sees him there and then hurries up to talk to Artemis and say, "You see that speck out there?" And this is a shadow side of the Artemis archetype, is you can get so caught up in competitiveness and achievement and proving yourself that you can kill off a relationship or your relationship side. Of course, this was with Apollo's help, too. But there's that sibling rivalry with Artemis, which is also a kind of comfortable relationship with Artemis women, so that in the women's movement, what you often see is, and in yuppie couples, is basically you see Artemis and Apollo. Two dual career achievement-oriented people who have a brother-sister competitiveness. And then we read current articles on what is happening with Eros in younger marriages. Well, for one thing, without Aphrodite being present, if you just have Apollo and Artemis, it pretty soon gets to be a brother-sister kind of relationship. So Artemis and Apollo were siblings, and so were Hermes and Apollo. And it's in this capacity to be a team player, but always looking like number one. I mean, the Hermes man knows how to make himself look good, basically, and does achieve a lot. I think I think all of you know somebody in high school or in college that really embodied that achievement-oriented man. I think that Vice President Bush very much carries that whole Apollo look and Apollo achievement, and his lack of Zeusness is really what we pick up as the wimp factor, because if he is like Apollo, he on being confronted by Poseidon and Artemis might perhaps behave like Apollo did. So this is the god Apollo. And I've kind of sketched out the two favored sons, and you can see why in this culture where you're supposed to go out in the world and make your mark in the world, why the god of communication and the god Apollo, the god of the sun, would succeed so well, because the world has gotten increasingly sky god oriented. That is, men are not valued for what they can do with their hands. They're no longer valued for being able to work with the soil. And instead, your ability to work with abstractions, with ideas, with live up in tall buildings, are all very much Apollo qualities. And that's why in this culture, if you have these two archetypes as your ruling ones, then success is easier for you. You become favored sons of the patriarchy, favored sons of Zeus. And the problem is your identification with them. And if you identify with any god and don't develop the other aspects of yourself as represented by the other deities, then you identify with it and you become limited by it. And that's the other problem. I mean, every god has its upside and downside. And the upside of Apollo and Hermes is that you usually can make it in the world. The downside is the lack of potential for emotional depth. That is true for both. So let's take a break, and then what I'd like is to see where this material and these gods sit with you. So how about 15 minutes of break and then for 10 minutes? One of the things that I think just a minor clarity thing is that probably Athena and Apollo are the most yuppie couple. Since both of them with Zeus, I mean, they were really the triumvirate in Greek mythology. And Athena represents a thinking type woman who's emotionally armored and who could really be successful in the world as Apollo can. And besides Vice President Bush, I thought about William Agee, whose marriage to Mary Cunningham represents an Apollo-Athena kind of relationship, in which he wanted to share it rather than go to the top. I mean, there's a difference between a Zeus man who doesn't share his power with anybody and Apollo, who is much more likely to build a team and be a corporate person. And one other comment that came during the question and at the break was the computer side of Apollo and how that might be an aspect of him. And it truly is that if you are an Apollo, you do things often at a distance, and it's a game. There was a book about men in the world called The Gamesman, and what it takes to succeed in the outer world, and very much it is the playing it as if it is a game. Zeus is really much more involved emotionally in success and is really there with a great deal of affect in terms of it being under control, but it matters to him, and he's highly controlled, but his willingness to make something happen, his confrontation with people who would cross his boundaries, he is not a dispassionate god at all, while Apollo is, and so he doesn't have the killer instinct. For example, Reagan is probably also very much more a generation of the sun's president, with his notorious ability to let underlings make decisions and his inability to fire anybody. And California had a governor, Edmund G. Brown Jr., who also had this Apollo Hermes thinking quality and took forever to make his appointments and then had trouble firing people. I mean, those are not Zeus men. They are men who rise to the top of the heap in various ways, but then have a difficulty carrying off being Zeus when the position calls for, or when it would appear calls for being Zeus. And if you play military games, you forget about the emotional side of things. I think when McNamara and all those folks ran the Vietnam War so badly, it had something to do with having no idea about what happens when people care deeply about not being taken over. Then it's not a matter of body counts and the number of weapons and all of that. It's something about human passion and heart that you didn't fit into the equation. And if you're Apollo, you think about life in terms of equations, and it works up to a point. How about some thoughts or questions from anybody? Can't save them all for the breaks up here.
Though he's not a god, he shares godlike qualities. I'm thinking of Orpheus in relation specifically to Hermes, Dionysus, because if there's a godlike figure prominent today, it would seem more that all of rock and roll is under the sign of Orpheus. And I wanted you to comment on him.
Well, that whole ecstatic music of sensuality and that mix of ecstasy and cacophony is very much Dionysus, and Dionysus was the god that was in Orphism. So I'll get to him, but he's that aspect.
Could you address the difference or similar or something about the shape shifting of Zeus as opposed to in vis-a-vis the shape shifting of Hermes?
Zeus, in order to seduce his many paramours and mistresses, would change himself into like a cuckoo to get close to Hera, or a shower of golden rain to impregnate another goddess, or would turn into a swan to do this, to make children with Leda and various things. So he changed his shape in his seductive side and used it to seduce women. My awareness was that he didn't use it in other forms. He didn't use it except on the horizontal earth relationship to women, and I think it represents a shadow side of him of behaving in many ways like whatever he needed to do to get close to the woman. And it didn't have a shape-shifting shamanistic form, like the shamans are called shapeshifters, but the sense is that they change the shape in order to be related to the different levels, like of nature and whatever. So I think there is a difference, but it's interesting to speculate that maybe so when you look at the generations of gods and you think that here is the god and here are his progeny, and the progeny can symbolically represent what could grow out of the god, what direction of new growth might happen. And so in a way it may be that for all of his power-oriented side that Zeus had, that he had a less conscious side that he employed only in his relationships and didn't bring out into the world, but that has a kinship to the shamanistic shapeshifter in some way. I'm not sure in what way, but in some way.
Jean, I thought some of that shape shifting in terms of seduction was to avoid being caught by Hera.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. Remember, it was almost a sneaky little boy.
Yes, it was.
Yes,
that's very true. That it was to often trick Hera into not knowing what was happening. So it was a disguise. So it was a disguise either to seduce the woman or a disguise to hide from Hera. But it
protect the woman. That Hera frequently went after the women he seduced, didn't she?
Hera always went after the women and the children. Yes, never after Zeus. So that's very much true.
And then that sort of made me think about the fact that Zeus never talks about divorcing Hera or wanting to leave the wife, yet constantly is in pursuit of the feminine. And then Hera, in turn, constantly persecuting the feminine that he seduced. Mm-hmm. And there's no guilt there. There's no, on either part, it doesn't seem like Hera doesn't seem to take Zeus's actions into consideration. She simply projects everything onto the feminine.
The other woman.
Yeah, and Zeus doesn't seem to feel sorry very often for the fact that it's the woman that can reach all the terrors.
Well, in real life, men who have undeveloped animas often project their anima on a series of women, fall in love, and move on. And until the man develops his own feminine feeling side in a more conscious way, he doesn't see the harm he is doing to the women that he does this to. He also doesn't see the woman. He sees a series of animas that he impregnates. And Hera as an archetype is so dependent upon the man in her life to give her meaning that one of her defenses probably is to project all of the responsibility onto the other woman. Because if you didn't project it onto the other woman, you'd have to acknowledge that there's something wrong with your marriage.
Might she also be projecting her own potential for infidelity onto the other woman?
She could. Hera was, the marriage between Zeus and Hera also represents the problem of the patriarchal gods coming into matriarchal goddess territory and taking over, and the tension and that went with that.
I was thinking that Zeus and Hera is the only relationship of marriage, isn't it?
Yes.
That the sons do not have consorts, anything like permanent consorts, except an Apollo-Artemis sort of thing. And it seems to have more to do with Hera than it does with Zeus, the fact that they are a permanent
That's true.
union.
Because Zeus had 7 or 6 other primary consorts prior to Hera, and Hera represents as an archetype the sacred marriage and the sense of that. So what Zeus does is dishonor some aspect of relatedness that Hera holds dear. The other gods did have spouses, like Poseidon was married to Amphitrite, who was an earlier goddess of the sea, and in the mythology she fled from him and he raped her, and then she hid from him, and a dolphin interceded and persuaded her to return and submit and be his wife. So Amphitrite and Poseidon are the Lord and Lady of the Seas, though the early history was that he was the consort of Demeter or Da. And there's a book, by the way, that I had asked to be on my list of suggested readings last year when Anthea Francine and I gave a workshop on the Demeter-Persephone myth and its spiritual and psychological implications. And there was this book that was a manuscript then that I thought might be printed by then but didn't, called The Goddess Letters, and it's about the correspondence between Persephone and her mother, Demeter, at a time when the matriarchal values are given way to patriarchal ones. It's a nice book. Yeah.
How does the presence of masculine god archetypes in the woman's psyche relate to animals?
I think of myself as a Neo-Jungian in a psychological school that doesn't excommunicate anybody. And I find fault with Jung's anima-animus theory as it stands because it is in contradiction to his other theory of psychological types, which I think is truer anyway. And so in his psychological types, it's not gender related. So you can have feeling type men and you can have thinking type women as primary function. But then you move into his anima-animus theory, and he is saying that if a woman thinks well, it's her animus that's doing it for her, and if she's spiritual, it must be the animus that's doing it for her. And if a man feels it all decently and is emotionally related, then it's all through his anima. It's not him, it's his anima. And the Jungian model of anima and animus seems to work very well if you are, for example, a Demeter, Persephone, Aphrodite woman, and feeling and relatedness is what comes naturally. Then to develop the other side often feels like the other, the masculine, the animus. But for an Athena type woman who thinks naturally very well, it doesn't work that way. Or for a feeling type man, it isn't that because he defined in Jungian terms, the anima or the animus is by definition not only contrasexual elements in the psyche, but less conscious contrasexual elements. It means that there's a sexist bias. That means that no man can ever feel as consciously as a woman, and no woman can ever think as consciously as a man. And what James Hillman has done in his essays on the anima in Spring was say in effect that for Jungian to say that a woman doesn't have an anima is as bad as a Freudian saying that a woman by nature has an inferior superego. That after the Jungians have described in great glowing terms about soul and anima and all the wonderful things the anima has that only men can have by definition, that there's something wrong. And then Irene Claremont de Castillejo wrote about soul images of women as being feminine. I think it can be either way, actually. And so I'm favoring intellectually the notion of archetypal psychology over anima-animus psychology. And also because my own mind is quite comfortable holding opposites and metaphors and all that instead of more linear sorts of things. I truly think that gods and goddesses in every person is a more appropriate way to describe our own psyches, that there are male and female aspects within us. And our gender is what we are. We are men or we are women. That's the way we were born. And to say that, well, you're a man but you're not quite masculine enough, or you're a woman and you're not quite feminine enough, I think is just, really garbage. That is the culture saying that there's only one or two acceptable modes of what to be like. And if you move into more of an archetypal frame, and it could be that we have all lived many lifetimes. Or it could be that we all inherited all the archetypes. Either way, it means that all the archetypes are present in our psyches.
Do you feel that Prometheus plays an important role in the masculine range of archetypes? And if so, what do you think would be the major qualities of that archetype?
Prometheus is in opposition to Zeus. Prometheus is human, or represents. Prometheus was not human, but he valued the human quality. And the Prometheus stole fire, as you know, and then because he stole fire, which was expressly forbidden by Zeus, Zeus didn't wipe him out with a bolt of lightning, but he did skewer him to a rock and have this bird eagle eat his liver every day, and then it would grow back at night, and then he would be the until he got freed. That was his fate. And I think Prometheus stands for the true struggle to get conscious, that nobody ever gives you consciousness, that you often have to steal it. No one gives you. I mean, in Anno-san's dreams, there's often that element too, that you have to take it, that symbol that belongs to you, that people don't give it to you. And Prometheus was willing to suffer in order to give humans fire. And Zeus would have kept it for the gods. And the history of the human race may be one in which we increasingly become conscious, and as we become conscious, we steal things from our gods. And the gods might punish us for the hubris of doing that. I think every new movement offers up its leaders as sacrificial. The women's movement, it was the bra burners that we thought were ridiculous. always the growing edge of something new is devalued until it becomes the majority. And the first people that do anything, like Prometheus, I think often suffers. I think he stands for the suffering that the growing edge folks endure in order to grow. And within families, we all are all of these people, and so often the Prometheus part of ourselves may go through a transition where we've challenged some old order and suffer guilt and conflict for a period of time because we've done something that was true for us, but in so doing we are in conflict and in guilt and are being punished by the Father in our own psyches for the outrage of going against what he wanted us to do. And the sense of what being devoured means is if we are devoured by our fathers, we just live out exactly what he wanted us to do.
As I have sat here listening to you, it has occurred to me that as far as women are concerned, there's a lot of crossover back and forth with the goddesses, and particularly, because of our biological changes. It appears to me, as I hear what you're saying, that we don't see, or there is not that same crossover with men, possibly for societal reasons. Would you comment on that?
Well, with both goddesses and gods, in order to describe what the archetype looks like when it's embodied, I talk about the Athena woman, the Apollo man, the Zeus man, etc. And it does seem to me that in the culture there are always those that in fact identify with a particular archetype, but the more the culture changes to allow for multiplicity of ways of being, the more archetypal configurations are constellated. So in general, at this time, probably the women have more of a freedom to live out the archetypal range of the female goddesses than up to this point men in this culture have been allowed to do. I think most complex men, like most complex women, know a great many of the gods. Statistically, probably more men, this is more of an intuition, but it does seem like one-sidedness is more likely to happen to men as a group than to women as a group in this day and age. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, there may be a shift. You see, men are not just kept into a rigid position of being, say, Zeus, Apollo, Hermes, if they're successful by the patriarchy, but the women in their lives also make demands on them that they stay the way they are. You know, the midlife successful businessman who wants to throw it over at 45 and say, be the artist he never was, is going to run into some trouble, not just from the patriarchy.
How important is it to identify traits or behaviors or whatever with a masculine or a feminine?
I don't think it's very important. I think it is. It's the way the images are carried in the culture. Is that what you meant?
Yeah. Like say when I deal with dream figures and it's a man, does that mean it's a masculine trait, or does it, or is this something that my culture determines? That kind of thing.
Well, they're a little they blur together. Like when I wrote about Athena women as being thinking types versus animus, I listen to dreams and see what the figure in the dream is, among other things. So if it's carried by a woman who is a successful woman in the world, and that's who my woman Anne is dreaming about, then it feels more like an Athena aspect, which means to me that she feels much more that this is her rather than other. When she dreams of like being a woman artist who has a dream figure that's a male artist who rejects her in her earlier dreams and then gradually becomes more friendly, still it seems as if she has identified the capacity to create with a male figure. And it may be cultural, but it has a kind of other quality in herself.
So it really comes down to whether she comfortably contains it?
Well, what may happen is what happens in, say, a daughter of a successful man who supports her to become who she is. When it happens that she becomes who she is it. It isn't that she is a pseudo-male, but she has needed that permission and support and mentorship that has come from a male side in real life. It may be an inner person, too. This gender business of what the gender of a quality in the psyche is what it's currently clothed as. But when you look at how the deities changed from matriarchy to patriarchy, how the Olympian gods had qualities that were once held by female goddesses and they co-opted those. And when especially you look at the Eleusinian mysteries where you had a mother-daughter resurrected goddess for 2,000 years, which then became a father-son resurrection mystery in the next 2,000 years, you begin to wonder whether the culture might not clothe the figure in whatever is acceptable in order to relate to that quality.
This may be completely out of what you're planning to talk about today, but could you comment on the origins of the archetypes or the whole mythology that we all have accepted and become part of all of our cultures?
It's only speculation, obviously, as to archetype. There's a book called The Origin of Consciousness in the Bicameral Mind by Julian Jaynes. And he writes about the difference in the language between the Iliad and the Odyssey. The Iliad was written before the Odyssey. And in the Iliad, the language of the Iliad is as if the heroes experienced the deities directly. So that the language is written in such a way that Achilles heard Athena tell him not to draw his sword. He didn't think metaphorically about it, he heard it. By the time you get to the Odyssey, you have a much more of a sense that Athena is much more of an abstraction potentially. At any rate, even when that doesn't happen, you have a sense of the heroes thinking things through themselves. So it may have been, and the theory also is that psychedelic drugs did not arise until we stopped hallucinating our gods or goddesses. That it may have been that we had a unicameral mind, so to speak, where we did not have a rational ego. I mean, one of the things about the last 2,000 plus years is that we used to be probably much more in nature, part of nature, and instinctual. And then what we developed through Athena, Apollo, and Zeus, which is on the positive side, is this rational, discriminating function. But we also got more and more away from nature, our own emotional natures, Mother Nature, and this sort of thing. And that we then have memories of the deities as if they were dreams from the past, when they used to be maybe experienced directly. Now, how it got there in the first place is something else again. Rupert Sheldrake, who writes about, in The New Science of Life, about morphogenic fields, offers the potential that archetypes can change. Not that we all were born with a set and we just have to consider developing as we go along, but that when a significant number of the species changes in behavior or changes something significant, that the entire species then can tune into that. That the archetypal field is not something between our ears that we inherit by our genes, but the archetypal field is in the ether around us, and our particular DNA serves as like a television set that can pick up the signals, and then we can get a picture of what's out there through our own particular receiving set. And who places how the images get out in the ether or in the collective unconscious and how we tune into them. One of the things about Jung and Jungian psychology is that so often it is describing what is without an explanation about how it got that way. So when he describes synchronicity or meaningful coincidences in which something within us, I mean, the saying that I use from the Eastern tradition is that when the pupil is ready, the teacher will come. When there's something activated in our psyches, how synchronistic or coincidences happen that reflect that growing edge of ourselves. How to explain? There is no way to explain who is making that happen or how that is happening. All we can say is that it is happening. And there's something about, just like between the synchronistic event and the psyche of the person, there is this archetypal field and mythological field and the ego that receives it. And it seems at this point beyond the ego that we have, that is the observer, to know what on earth this is all about, where the myths came from, why the myths that were dreamt of maybe 3,000 years ago, why they are still active now and serve us as dreams. I mean, we don't know where dreams come from either. There's a sense of babies dream in utero. What on earth are they dreaming if they've never experienced anything? I mean, there are much more wonderful things to speculate without being able to say where they came from.
You spoke before the dream of the woman having, she was an artist and the man who's an artist rejecting her. Would you go over again what that was reflecting in her dream?
Oh, I was thinking about a series of dreams in which a woman artist who had not lived it out yet. There was an artist in her, but one that had not come into consciousness and expression. And as she got involved in her own work as an artist, she had a series of dreams. And in the beginning, the artist that was in her dream, who was a real artist in fact, was a figure who devalued her, was an enemy in a sense. And as she worked with her own medium and developed that side of her, the figure's attitude towards her in her dreams changed until at some later date he was going with her to a studio. And it is the attitude of for example, a judging part of a woman who she must often come to terms with by doing the work. The animus figure, the male figure in her says, you can't do it. You can't be an intellect, you can't be an artist, you can't be a success in the world. And so the dream image is of a masculine that is attacking her or is negative or somewhat hostile. And then as she in fact goes into the world and starts to change how she is in the world, and she does the work, and she makes strides and becomes more conscious, the male figures in the dreams usually do in fact shift and turn in from enemy to friend. Any more questions? Or observations about anybody's idea? By the way, Hermes Hermes, my son, who is 15 and a half, has introduced me to the rock musician Sting. And Sting has a number of best-selling platinum recordings, including Synchronicity 1 and Synchronicity 2 and The Ghost in the Machine. And if you listen to his lyrics, it's quite meaningful, the lyrics. And I understand that Sting, as a person, is very much Hermes, is likely to be seen in New York one week, and then London, and then Los Angeles, and that he moves through different places in the world. And I read an interview of him where he was describing how he has moved through different ways he's been seen in the world. That he started out as a school teacher, and he started being viewed as very much Apollo-like when he wasn't. And then pretty soon he sort of got arrested with some marijuana or something, and then he no longer looked like straight arrow Apollo. And that his continual shifting from one aspect of himself to another is part of the Hermes side of a person who doesn't want to be locked into just one aspect. So I thought of Hermes as being like Sting, or like the travelers, like Marco Polo.
When you were talking about the shadow part of Apollo, the thought came to me. I heard a talk one time by David Hart, and he talked about the passive-aggressive male, and that I don't know if that resonates or not, or makes any, in terms of the obedience to the father, in terms of the passive. And then
passive aggressiveness is we use it a lot in ordinary psych pop, which pop psych, and yet in its truest psychological term is truly unconscious, that one is not in touch with hostility and aggressiveness, and so expresses it in a purely unconscious way. And I think the truth for most people who behave in a passive-aggressive way is that it lies somewhere in between, usually. Usually anger or aggressiveness is something that is forbidden for reasons that often have to do with the Zeus father, which is your point, I think. So that women are often very passive-aggressive because they dare not be aggressive directly, because they don't have the power if they are, or because the culture says it would be unfeminine if they were. And I talk about Demeter when she just went on strike and refused to let anything grow as the ultimate in passive aggressiveness. When you won't do what other people expect you to do anymore, that is being passive aggressive at some level. And Apollo's lack of being out in the world aggressive may have something to do with what Alice Miller talks about in the drama of The Gifted Child, or in the other title is Prisoners of Childhood. I think many Apollo and Hermes men fit Alice Miller's book beautifully. Bright, capable of thinking things out, living with a narcissistic parent, mother or father, who expects the child to be an extension of what he or she expects that child to be. And that child, that boy, is bright enough to figure out that he'd better stifle his emotions. He'd better subordinate feelings to thinking. He'd better figure out what he needs to be like to please his father or his mother, who's narcissistic and doesn't want to see him as an individual. And consequently, he squelches his feelings, including feelings that come up when you are repressed, which is anger and grief, and it stays in Poseidon's realm or in Hades' realm, in the personal unconscious, and then it comes out in passive-aggressive ways, so that the parent who expects the child to succeed in a field that the parent wants him to succeed in may find that at a certain time in that young man's life or that older man's life, that he stops being able to do that. And if it's unconscious and passive-aggressive, it's at great cost to his own achievement. I am quoting someone in the beginning of my book that was describing athletes' blocks, and specifically the example was a young star, high school star, that was that might have had the ability to be a major league star. The scouts came and watched him play, and he did everything really, really well, until at a certain point he failed. And now, several years later, under hypnosis, he was reliving that key time when the scouts were there, when if he had succeeded he would have gone into the major league system, but he failed. And under hypnosis, he went into the emotional time, and right at the crucial point between when he was succeeding and when he failed, he saw his father come into the bleachers to watch. And he said, "That son of a bitch." And at that point, he just refused to operate well, because his father did not love him personally, he felt, but would have lived through his success as a major star. And rather than give that to his father, he failed himself. And passive aggressiveness is like that. The ultimate passive aggressiveness, like Demeter, is that you cease to be who you really are. You no longer do what would give your life meaning at a deeper level because you are so angry, you have been so devalued, that you would rather not perform at all than do it for somebody else's glory or because someone else wants you to do it.
I think the opposite of that is the psyche myth, and also in Christianity, where the ultimate is we all have to fail and recognize we're loved even if we fail. In other words, she had to fail at the very end. That was her task, to learn that it's all grace, and that regardless of what she had achieved, she was being helped all the way, and it's all grace, and it's okay to fail, you're still lovable. And I think that's the opposite of that. It's again the yin-yang thing.
That has a ring of truth that really has a ring of truth in the invisible world. But for people that are growing up psychologically in their own families, it's very often tragically not true that you are loved. And I think this is especially true for men's experience. Maybe they never tested it and found out that it was true, that they would be loved anyway. But maybe they never risked it because they got good evidence that that wasn't so.
You mentioned the problems of Hermes not maturing, continuing a series of relations, the Hermes man, continuing in a series of relations with women. Could you talk for just a moment about how it is that in the man there's that maturity?
For a man to develop beyond Hermes the puer into a mature Hermes, there is a need to grow into the archetypes that help the god himself. Hermes had a positive Zeus in him. Hermes had a positive relationship to Zeus, and he also had a positive relationship with Apollo. And those two male archetypes can make it possible for a Hermes to stick with something and develop it, have the discipline to do it, because you're like Apollo, and have the support in the world to join the world of men from a father figure or something positive in the father culture that then helps you to grow into the mature aspect of Hermes. The other is finding the equivalent of gold. I mean, Hermes may be a figure that knows innately that there's some gold to be found somewhere, and so hasn't settled down, not just because it's characterological, but because he has not yet found gold, and he's not willing to settle for less. So that's possible too. Well, it's 4 o'clock, and the seminar is to end at 4 today. I'm curious about something, and that is, this is only the second time I've ever given it, and I've given the same seminar in San Francisco last week, and there were slightly more women in that audience than men, and in that audience, the men were the ones who asked me all the questions. In this audience, mostly it's the women that are asking me questions, and I have no idea what the whys and wherefores are of this, but I noticed it. I also feel that I could, I think most of the women in the audience have read Goddesses in Every Woman, and so there is a natural affinity for the language. I don't know if most of the men in the audience have done so. So it may be a whole new sort of way of getting into this material. I would continue to just ask of you to get feedback back from you. Tomorrow what I will be doing is talking about Hephaestus and Ares, and it may be, as I suspect, Hephaestus was the god that has the same value to men in audiences in that one experience last week as Hestia was for women, is that it is so unlabeled that it wasn't when it was recognized, there was a real sense of being seen for the first time. So tomorrow I'll speak about Hephaestus and speak about Ares and speak about Dionysus and speculate about the god that was supposed to be born from Metis. So those would be the 4 general archetypes that I'll have something to say about tomorrow. The seminar is supposed to be over at 1. I have a 5 o'clock flight to catch, and I plan to leave from here to the airplane, stopping for lunch somewhere along the way. So that lunch isn't planned for tomorrow, since I'm supposed to be finished at 1. I will end my material at 1, but I might, since I have time to go over, I might also be here until 2 or 2:30. Again, to get, after the material is all out, to get something back on your thoughts. Because the way my psyche operates is that suggestions and comments and what have you really do stir up the cauldron. And it's very, very valuable that you are part of my process as I move through this book that is 65% written now, I think. I think it's about 85 or 90% thought out. And hopefully if I continue on this schedule, this is the last travel I have until mid-January. So I plan to sort of stay closer to home and do the writing, and hopefully to be finished by the end of January with the first draft. So whatever comments you have, I would appreciate them. Thank you. Well, today's cast of characters are the three gods that are the more difficult ones to have as the primary patterns in your life. They are the ones that often deepen the experience of the man if they are archetypes that, while not dominant, are major aspects within. I'd like to say a little bit about archetypes. I had assumed in a way that all of us had a working basic Jungian vocabulary, of which archetypes is certainly one of those $2 Jungian words that you sort of grow up on when you enter this place of Jungian thought. But it's also one of the words that keeps getting repeatedly redefined because it's very difficult to actually define. It's a kind of more gestalt word than linear word, because essentially an archetype is a predisposition for a pattern that has to be clothed or embodied or given the blood of life, in a sense, by the human being that lives out the archetype. And though there's a kind of generic quality about the archetype, the way it truly is manifested in an individual man may resemble that pattern, but have its own individual qualities of much as if you wore a certain kind of outfit that was generic, but how if you had the freedom to add embellishments and colors and various other things to fit you individually, then how it looked would resemble the basic pattern, but it would have a real individual quality to it. Jung talked about an archetype as being like the predisposition that happens when you, say, put a number of salts into solution. At a certain point, you have a crystalline structure, depending on the salts. But up until that point, you don't see it at all. And the pattern is not evident until it precipitates out. I mean, these are all metaphors to describe what an archetype is. The gods are not the same as the archetype. The gods are variations or names that we give to basic patterns that in other cultures would have different names. And I wouldn't want you to literally say that everything about the pattern in you has to be like the pattern I'm talking about, because I'm really drawing a picture, a word picture, an emotional picture, to give you a sense that is not just cognitive, but a quality of gnostically knowing intuitively when the pattern precipitates in you as known information. And it's very different for me to relate to an archetype in the guise of a god or goddess as opposed to, say, a list of qualities. For one thing, that when you start to know an archetype, it's like knowing a person well. You get a sense of a person when you meet them in the first encounter. But say 10 years later, you are still learning more about what that person is truly like. An archetype is much the same way. You have a sense. I can show you if we could have made this place dark, I could have showed you, say, a slide of what some artist thought Zeus looked like. You may have a sense of what Zeus feels like if it's inside of you. You may have another sense about what your particular Zeus was like as you grew up. And they all are related, but they all have their own individual qualities. So as I talk about Hephaestus and Ares and Dionysus today, it's much the same way, that these are archetypal patterns that the gods represent, and you may know a particular Hephaestus or be a particular Hephaestus that is like the one I'm talking about, but not identical. Hephaestus or Vulcan was the lame god of the forge. He is the god who was the only god who worked and the god who made things. He was the outsider as far as the Olympians were concerned, because when you think about the Olympians, they really are the beautiful people. That every god and goddess was up there on Olympus being a beautiful person, while Hephaestus, to the contrary, was not a beautiful person in his visage, and who did not spend much time at all on Olympus, and spent most of his time at work at his forge, and where his forge was under a volcano. So he is a god that is related to the earth and to fire and to underground creative work. The images, because he was a cripple, was of a physical or, metaphorically, an emotionally wounded person, an emotionally crippled person. The image of the volcano brings up the notion of smoldering fire. That is, it could erupt or it could be used and channeled into the fire of the forge. So that you have an image, or I have an image, of a man who has the potentiality of either being a smoldering volcanic outsider or a creative and productive man. And a lot depends upon what opportunities happen, what people come into his life, as to how the archetype will end up being lived out in a human person. Hephaestus' story begins with Zeus and Hera's unhappy marriage, because he came on the scene long after Zeus and Hera were playing Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf in their marriage, with all kinds of accusations and jealousies and rages and things like that. And Zeus had dishonored the marriage as far as Hera was concerned, adding insult to injury, because he had given birth to Athena through his head. Now, it's bad enough that he had had all his affairs, but now it was like he was saying to her, look, I don't even need you to make a baby. I can produce a daughter through my head. And Hera, in an angry and tit-for-tat way, decided that she would parthenogenically also create a child of her own to show that she could do the same thing. And as the myth goes, rather than have an affair and have a child, because her basic meaning was the sacredness of marriage, which included fidelity. So she was the sole parent of Hephaestus, and when Hephaestus was born, she saw the child, according to one version, and as his feet emerged, saw that he was deformed, that he had a club foot. And so in the most popular version of why and how he got crippled, she saw this imperfect child and she threw him off of Olympus. Now, when a woman or when parents expect children to be extensions of themselves, to live out in the world some aspect of their successful selves, then a child is assumed to be perfect or imperfect depending on whether that child can do that task or not. And when you have a culture that looks at children as products that have to be shaped up from the time they're 2.5 or 3 and enrolled in just the right nursery school in order to be on the first step of the ladder that will take you to Harvard someday, whether you're a boy or a girl, then to have a child that is Hephaestion in personality, which is to be intense, introvertedly so, not particularly verbal, not particularly knowledgeable about how to please the outer world. And that characteristic may show up very early, even as a baby, when this is a child that is much more physically oriented inwardly, an embodied or physical archetype, more so than a mental archetype who looks around, or an extroverted archetype. That, I mean, you see babies, and if you've had many different babies, you know that they are different from the time they're very little. And I think of a Hephaestion boy as one that is very embodied and very involved often as to how his body feels, and also very intense. And when he's hungry, he's starved, and he lets you know immediately. He's not easily distracted by outside things. And as a baby, as a little boy, and as an adolescent, this is a introverted, intensely feeling, and often sensate kind of individual. Which means that he doesn't express his feelings directly, which means that you often don't know how strongly he feels. I mean, if you have a Hephaestion friend or are one, you're often surprised at how strongly he feels about something. And because he has introverted feeling, the outer experience is not a measure of his internal reaction to it. So it could be that he has experienced something in his introverted way, taken it inside of himself and brooded about it, so that there is a major charge on something that was not tremendously important in the outer world measure of things, in a negative way. In a positive way, he can be moved or touched by some gesture, often some tangible gesture, because he's not so much into words, and treasure that in himself. And so years later you'll find that some genuine kindness that was expressed by especially a really appropriate gesture or gift has been treasured and moves him deeply. So there's this it's not still waters run deep so much as still fire running deep in the Hephaestion personality. Now there's another story about his deformity that comes as a result of an encounter with Zeus. And in this story, Zeus and Hera were in the midst of one of their arguments, and Hephaestus took Hera's side, which so enraged Zeus that he threw him off of Olympus, and when he landed, he deformed his foot. Now this is a story of Hephaestus as really not an emotionally wounded child, rejected because he wasn't perfect, but a physically abused child who was rejected because he didn't go along with the program, so to speak. And so the cause of his woundedness here is that his father abused him. And that is the story for many Hephaestion men. As the story also continued, once he was thrown out of Olympus, he was foster mothered by Thetis and Eurynome, who took him, nurtured him, and taught him how to make beautiful things. They were foster mothers who saw his gifts as a creative person and encouraged him and gave him the skills to express his feelings through creative work. So that this god became the craftsman he truly was, the artisan of the gods and goddesses, because he got the training and got nurturing in this aspect of himself. And as a result, he is known more for the beautiful objects he made than anything else. He made Achilles' armor. He made a beautiful necklace for Harmonia's wedding. He made the chariot that Phaeton or Apollo or Helios drove across the sky. Some virgins say that he made Zeus's thunderbolts. The other version was that it was made by Cyclopes. And then there was a very curious object he made, which was Hera's golden throne. That he gave Hera a beautiful throne, and Hera came and sat in it, was quite pleased with it. Only she found she couldn't get up, that she was trapped on it. And then she found that not only was she trapped on it, but that it lifted up in the air. So here she was, for all to see, trapped in this golden throne, unable to get free, and none of the deities except Hephaestus could free her. And meanwhile, he had made this throne, let her twist in the wind, so to speak, up there, and went back to the underworld of his forge. And he did this saying to her that he wanted to know the story of his parentage, that he was not told who he was, who his father was, and that this was a way of trying to force the information out of his mother. And leaving her there, he went back to his forge where he just ignored her. And now 2 other gods came down to try and make him or persuade him to go back to free Hera. One of them was Ares, the god of war, who was his half-brother, who came down and tried to bluster and force him to do what Ares wanted him to do, because Ares is a very physical, muscular, powerful god of war. But Hephaestus is a very stubborn, I'm not going to do anything because you forced me to do it kind of a kid, and that may very well be what got Zeus angry at him, because there is a interior stubbornness that just refuses to budge, which is very Hephaestian. And Hephaestus refuses to budge. Ares comes down, tries to force him, and what does Hephaestus do? But he starts throwing fire at Ares, and Ares has to back away. And then Dionysus comes down to try to persuade Hephaestus to go up and free Hera. And Dionysus this time comes in as a friend and asks him to try this drink. Now Hephaestus has never seen alcohol before, or tasted alcohol before, and had no idea that it would have an effect on him. So he drank the drink that Dionysus, the god of wine and the ecstatic god, gave him to drink, and he got quite drunk. And then he cooperated he didn't fight it when he was put over a donkey and carried back up to Olympus, and he did free Hera. But this was the image of a drunken Hephaestus brought back to Olympus. Hephaestus was often humiliated in how he appeared to the world, because the face that he presented to the world, on a persona level, he was the imperfect god. He was the one who was crippled and deformed. Well, the other stories of him is that he shows up on Olympus drunk, being carried up by a donkey. Another time he went up to Olympus, and he tried to help by serving. And as he was in the halls of Olympus, the other gods and goddesses, seeing the funny way he walked, laughed at him. And he acted sort of the clown, which is a way that a Hephaestian boy, can react to not knowing how to properly be accepted, not knowing how to do it, because he has so little extroversion to figure out how he's supposed to be in the world, that sometimes he finds that by being a buffoon, he can find a measure of acceptance. So this is one of the things that Hephaestus the god did. He acted the buffoon up in Olympus. As a god, he had a story of betrayal and rejection in many different dimensions. It wasn't just mother, it wasn't just father. But lo and behold, when Aphrodite, the most beautiful goddess of them all, arrived on the scene, and she arrived in this version being born in the sea and being carried up to Olympus, where every male god who was eligible saw this most beautiful goddess of them all and wanted to marry her. So all of them asked for her hand in marriage, and unlike any of the other deities, female deities, she got to pick and choose. The other goddesses either stayed virgin goddesses, that is, stayed one unto themselves, did not get involved with any of the gods, or they were subject to the male gods who abducted them or humiliated them or seduced them or in some fashion made them very vulnerable to how they were treated. Aphrodite got to pick and choose. That's the whole story of her mythology, and it began when she entered Olympus and had her pick of the beautiful people. And who did she choose but lame Hephaestus? And then, having chosen Hephaestus, she then very soon became the embodiment of the goddess of infidelity. But one of the interesting things about that match is that there's a certain suitability about it, in that Aphrodite is very much an intense female archetype. Aphrodite often seems to be involved with emotionally crippled men who feel intensely. She, as an archetype, lives in women and doesn't look out for whether relationships are stable over time or good for women over time, because she is more she'd rather have an intense experience than the security of a long-term relationship. So to choose a brooding, intense, can't make small talk, socially inept, but very creative man is something that Aphrodite in a woman might very well choose, because intensity attracts her and the creativity of a person is part of her intensity and her interests. So it's perhaps not surprising that Aphrodite the goddess chose Hephaestus the craftsman. And this marriage, this significant relationship with this goddess, is the only one that didn't produce a child. Instead, the assumption is that his works were the product of the union between Hephaestus and Aphrodite. And in this way, it's like the creativity of the man is liberated, or liberated out of his soul. James Joyce might use a smithy of his soul. I think it's an appropriate phrase. By the inspiration of a woman who is his muse. And more than that, there may be something in a reversal of roles, that it's almost as if Aphrodite's love and beauty inspires and impregnates his work. And out of him, out of his body, then comes the work that is the child, so to speak, of their relationship. There is another story of a relationship with Hephaestus, a very unusual one. And this time it was that Hephaestus, old blundering Hephaestus, wanted to make a baby with Athena, who was a terrible choice. For one thing, she was very much a virgin goddess. For another thing, she never admired inarticulate men. She liked heroes. She was the goddess who stood behind Achilles, stood behind Theseus, taught Perseus how to use the sword and the mirror to take the head of the Gorgon, Medusa. I mean, she was always the goddess who stood behind men who were very much like her father, men who knew what they wanted, were ruthless, and were willing to go for it. That's the kind of hero that Athena and Athena women are drawn to. So here's Hephaestus, who tries to impregnate Athena, grabs her, she pushes him away, he spills his semen on the ground, and instead of impregnating Athena, he impregnates the earth, and Gaia brings forth a boy who becomes the founder of the city of Athens. And as a boy, Athena, in her maternal role, raises him, or foster parents him. But it's an interesting match, because it's exactly what the Hephaestian man needs to have union with. That is, he could really use an Athena quality to know how to be in the world, how to strategize in the world, how to market what he does, for that matter. I read about Andrew Wyeth and Betsy Wyeth when the whole Helga business was on the cover of Time magazine. And here was this artist who secretly created over 100 works in which this one woman, Helga, was his subject. And obviously he had to be very enamored at some level with Helga to spend that much time and that much of his soul on doing these many paintings, which many people think, as a body of work, is his best work. Well, if the public persona of his wife Betsy is at all accurate, she wasn't jealous, which is typical Athena. She wasn't threatened, which was true. There was no need to be threatened. Andrew Wyeth was not about ready to divorce her. And instead, as his manager, she reveled in the treasure trove that he created and arranged for some fantastic sales. Now, if you are a Hephaestian man and out of a deeply introverted feeling place, you give expression to what is going on inside you through your work, then you still need, either in yourself or in the form of a partner or a business manager, somebody who will take your work into the world, because that is not something that you can do yourself from the Hephaestian part of yourself. So in a way, it's no wonder that Hephaestus made an effort to have a union with Athena, because again, on a metaphor level, it's the kind of union that he did need. As a god, he is a god of subterranean fire, so that passion and eroticism and rage and anger are all contained inside of him. And he will just brood and hold it in, for the most part. He isn't somebody in his mythology, and as a man, he often isn't the kind of man necessarily who will take it out on someone else. He's more likely to hold it in himself, although it may erupt. I mean, the volcano is there and may erupt. He is a person that, instead of erupting all over the place, or instead of taking it out on the battlefield and in brawls, as his brother Ares would have done, he is a god who put all of that energy and all of that intensity into his work. In a way, he represents the image of a wounded artisan, much as people talk about the wounded healer quality, which is the same metaphor. That is, out of the wound that you have comes your work, and as you do the work, it heals you. So whether it is psychological work, which in our field of psychology, there are many articles and the metaphors of the wounded healer, and how it is out of our own wounds as therapists, as people, that we therapists can empathize, can stay with the work, and in healing, in being involved in the healing process of another person's soul or healing our own. I mean, that's certainly true for most people who do depth work. But what Hephaestus represents is the artist who heals his emotional wounds and expresses what is going on, because it's not just that he's a wounded person and he has to express his feelings through his work. He has a need to create beauty and harmony and beautiful stuff from himself, that if he doesn't have a means of expression, he's muted in being who he is. That is, there is a need for this introverted, sensate, feeling person to have expression. And how do you do it? And I've worked with people who have been Hephaestian, and it's like the opposite of insight. You know, if you work with an extroverted person who has been out living something out, perhaps repeating a pattern, and suddenly that person, that man or that woman, gets an insight, an understanding of why the pattern is what it is. Now, Hephaestus does it just the opposite. He struggles to articulate something that doesn't have words, that isn't an understanding, and he doesn't necessarily even have to put it into words, but he has to get it out. And then he may put together just that piece of work that expresses what it is he is feeling, and without interpreting it, without describing that this is a metaphor, because for him it is not exactly a metaphor. Someone else will come along, like me, and say this is a metaphor for something. But that doesn't do anything for him particularly. What he does is do the work, and when it's done, that piece of himself is out there, and it's expressed, and he's freed of it. And that meets a deep need in him, much as a true insight liberates a emotional complex for someone who is of a different type of person. I was working with someone who has more than one side to him, and included a capacity to think psychologically and put things into words, and still it wasn't enough until he made something that somehow was about what he had in words. And that is a deeply satisfying part of the Hephaestian part of both men and women. There's a thought about how our wounds parent our creativity, how our wounds are parents of our particular destiny. And in the metaphor of the deformed god Hephaestus, there is that sense that his rejecting parents were part of what inspired his work, that it was a combination for this particular god. And it's hard to say in this particular culture whether there is a necessary wounding in order for the work to come. But there probably is. Also, I think that there is no way you can be a human being and not suffer. I think there is something about coming into the world that we do, and I think about how I, as a parent, had a thought for my children of being that they were welcome children, and they had two parents that loved them and were creating a upper middle class situation in which nobody was going to be suffering from poverty and what have you. And I really, in my naivety, wondered about how they would grow, in a sense, because it seemed to me that the things that had most changed my life had come out of some things that had been hard. And parents don't want kids to suffer, and they don't want things to be hard. And so how on earth were they going to ever develop anything if life was so soft? But one of the things about seeing what it's like to live life from a standpoint of a parent is realizing that you can't ever do that. That life comes along, and parents also, with all good intention of giving their children only good experiences, in fact, give them wounds through which they have to grow. And there is something about the whole notion of life being, for example, for all of the different parts in our psyches, and in philosophy and in theology, there is in the collective unconscious an assumption that life or soul goes on beyond death. There is in doing work with people that are dying, the repeated kind of reassurance from the dreaming psyche that this is not the end. There is in all kinds of creative work that same notion. And so there's the business of why come into this experience of being alive at all. And one of the things that's clear is that this is a place where we go through multiple changes, that change is the inevitable accompaniment of life, and that suffering happens along the way. And we have choice at each juncture often as to being victimized by it, learning from it, growing through it. If not this time, then the next time we hit the same kind of configuration around the spiral. So whatever it is that makes somebody Hephaestus, that is that combination of personality and life that together make it what it is. It is the woundedness of Hephaestus that is inseparable from his creativity. And that's just the image of this particular god. And as a god in this particular culture, or as a pattern in this particular culture, it's one in which rejection is goes with the territory. Obviously, there are problems when you are rejected, and one of them is a major depression. So the Hephaestian personality is often viewed as a dark and brooding personality who gets depressed, and who has a susceptibility for alcoholism or addiction that comes from his connection, if he should have it, with his Dionysian brother. Because Dionysus comes down to the underworld, offers Hephaestus some alcohol, and he gets drunk. Well, one of the attractions for alcohol for a Hephaestian is the intensity to which he feels is blunted by alcohol. If you know some very intense artists, you find that they often cannot work without some distraction to blunt that intensity. That in their studio they might have the radio on, that having marijuana or alcohol is something that they might choose to blunt something, and with it comes the problems of addiction. There's also the sense of depression that comes from putting a lid on what is an intense physical and sexual eroticism that the Hephaestian man puts into his work. I mean, one of the things about the Hephaestian solution is whatever hurts, whether it is parental rejection, whether it's your wife betrays you. In this case, he was the god I told you about yesterday that created this invisible net to catch his wife Aphrodite. So he went out the door and said, "Goodbye, I'm going off to work." And as soon as he went out the door, she invited Ares in the back door, and then they got in bed together, and the net came down, and there they were caught. And then when he called in the rest of the deities to say, "Look at my unfaithful wife," instead of being on his side, they laughed. So that this God has a whole history of being rejected or humiliated or denied or devalued by mother, father, spouse. Not too nifty. And if it is with a spouse, there is the spouse, the choice of a woman named, the choice of an Aphrodite is that for her, the intensity of the connection is what draws her to the Hephaestion man in the first place. But then, if he behaves like Hephaestus, which is to go to work all the time, to spend his considerable energy every day in his solitary work, which might be whatever the forge is for him, then she is left with expecting to be able to be the wife who just keeps house while he's away. And if he happens to have chosen an Aphrodite, that is not exactly what she has in mind or she is fulfilled by. And so there is this problem of his being intensely involved for the time he is, and then his capacity to put all of his considerable energy into his work life and then leave his relationship behind, which does increase the potentiality of being the one who gets, like Hephaestus, left. When I think about the Hephaestian men I've known who have not been artists but have been other kinds of people, it has been in the direction like Hephaestus was, in that he created things that worked. He was a craftsman. He was a perfectionist. He was not perfect, but he made perfect things. And I think about the kinds of men that I've known have been in my profession, say, not psychiatry, but medicine. And in surgery, for example, there were often two kinds of doctors. There was the Apollo star quality, the golden, accomplished doctor. But there was also often the Hephaestian doctor who would spend hours and hours in the laboratory working on a dialysis prototype or working on something that would make the heart work, a new valve that he would spend hours implanting in his experimental animals and think about putting into a human being someday. Or the neurosurgeon that worked out a particular technique and would spend 13 hours and wear out 2 crews of nurses while he did his work. I mean, that Hephaestian ability to work on something hour after hour, virtually by yourself, because he is a loner. And he doesn't want a committee telling him how he should design anything. And he has the strengths and the weaknesses of the dedicated worker who has a vision of how something should be, who can spend hours, years of his life, because he doesn't measure time in a linear way like Apollo might, and he therefore can spend years of his life or his lifetime working on his craft, whatever it might be. And if it happens to be something that the world recognizes, then he's a success. But if he happens to be working on something that has no recognition, then that dimension isn't rewarded. The outer world doesn't recognize it. But he is a lucky man nonetheless, if he finds meaningful work, because this is something that is the major salvation, the major way of healing for the Hephaestian person is to find the kind of work through which he heals himself, through which he can truly be absorbed and put his considerable energies and end up expressing what is going on inside of him through that work. So this is Hephaestus. Yeah.
In your experience and how that Apollo and that Hephaestus relate to one another?
They may not relate at all. That Apollo may not have a Hephaestian side of him. I mean, all the archetypes are potentially present in every man, every woman too, for that matter. But whether one predominates or two or three predominate, and whether others are not really given form at all, varies from man to man. So you can have an Apollo who has very little or no Hephaestus. You can have a Hephaestus who has no Apollo. If you have both together, you're in good shape. If you have both together, then you have the overview side. You have the ability to put your work into the world, and it's a marvelous combination.
What happens when a Hephaestion man creates a product that the world is willing to recognize, but he won't give it up? In other words, it becomes too precious and it turns into another wound. It's not good enough. It's never quite good enough. And even though the world wants it, he won't let them have it.
He never finds out whether the world will really want it. He assumes the world will not. As his assumption, yes.
He assumes rejection.
Right. It either is not important enough, or the world is too negative a place for him, or if he is neurotic about his work. See, if he's not neurotic about his work, he creates work and he knows its value. That he knows. He knows that when it's finished, it's finished. He is the measure. He says, he knows, it's fine. But if he has a neurotic element on top of it, then he's lost his judgment about his work. And his work and his psyche are so merged that that sense that he has that he is not welcome in the world because he truly is imperfect is then affected through the work. And so the work is imperfect. So he doesn't bring it out. And he never knows.
Are you familiar with the version where he makes Aphrodite a girdle, a magic girdle, that any man who sees her with that girdle on will fall in love with her?
I know she had a girdle that Hera borrowed.
Yeah, and evidently he made that.
But I didn't know he made it. He sure did. Well, he also made Pandora, according to some stories, and he also made golden maiden servants. And sometimes it is when a Hephaestion man is a father of Persephone-like daughters, where his sense of control, his sense that he is going to impose his capacity to control and make something on his children, especially his daughters, to make them into well-behaved. The golden maiden servants looked like women, were perfectly obedient, did everything that he wanted them to do, gave him no trouble. Maybe if you were married to Aphrodite, you'd want to create. Like this. Let me tell you about his brother Ares next, because Ares shares some things and is quite different in other ways. Ares is also the son of Hera. Both of these two gods are clearly considered Hera's sons, and Murray Stein also describes them as as children of Hera. He equates them with Hera's animus side. That is, that when Hera is rejected, she can either put her anger into creative work and live out a Hephaestion solution to rejection and jealousy and all of that, or she can become like Ares, the god of war, who was known for running amok on the battlefield and being a madman, so to speak, in his rage. Both of them have an image of anger. One is that introverted, smoldering anger that can be transformed into work, and the other is express it now, express it directly, take it out on other people, Ares. And Ares, as the son of Hera, may have been the son of Zeus as well. He was attributed, he isn't considered a parthenogenically created god. He is considered Zeus's son, and yet he is Zeus's rejected son. He is the son that Zeus said he hated. He is the son that Zeus described as a whining coward. He is a son that favored daughter Athena felt that it was perfectly all right to call a blockhead and a maniac. Because basically what Ares does that is considered so despicable by Athena and Zeus is that he loses restraint and he loses reason. That the qualities that are so valued by people who are good at gaining, consolidating, and keeping power, that is to use reason and restraint, even on the battlefield, Ares could not do. And it's interesting why Ares couldn't do it. It always had to do with someone that he cared about was being hurt or killed on the battlefield. So the rules said Zeus was in all of this considerable name-calling occurred because at one point in the Iliad, Zeus said to all the gods and goddesses, "Stay off the field." And then Ares watched his son Diomedes being wounded on the field, and he couldn't stop himself. He just went out on the field and took up a protective stance, and whenever he got into the heat of battle, he just got into a here and now, no strategy, battle lust. And this sense of emotion gone amok was considered absolutely despicable by Athena and by Zeus. And then, when he was hurt, he cried and complained. I mean, he should have known better, but that part of Ares is that part of Ares. He does not have the good sense to know what to do when he's emotionally affected, which is the way he is. That's his nature. So what happened is that Ares himself was wounded, and he complained. He cried, said it was unfair, or some such thing, and he was called a whining coward by his father, who took it as an opportunity to tell him how he was the most hated of all the gods. As feeling run amok, he does have this quality of a here and now immediate response. He is absolutely extroverted reactive on an intensely feeling level. He was, which is both his strength and his weakness. Now Ares, as he evolved into Mars, as he was known by the Romans, changed from this god that was viewed with such negativity to a very positive, fathering god. As Mars, he was given credit for being the father of Romulus and Remus, the founders of Rome, and he was considered a protective god who looked after the community of Rome. But in Greek mythology that devalued him, he was seen as this run-amok, emotional god. He was a god that was extroverted feeling sensation or extroverted sensation feeling. Very much a god who was in his body. He could be wounded in his body. He could express things in his body. He could express anger and sensuality with his body. He was the god that was known as both the god of war and as the lover, because it was he and Aphrodite that were the most noted of the deities who were the lovers. And it was lovers not in the way that Zeus and Apollo and Hermes were, or Poseidon or Hades. It wasn't this god energy that saw women as desirable and took them, raped them, seduced them, ravished them, that sort of thing, had power over them. Ares would have affairs with women and stay in relationship with them, so that Aphrodite and Ares had a very long-term affair. They had at least 3 children, and some people say they had 4. And the children of this union were an interesting bunch. Two of them were boys who accompanied their father on the battlefield, and their names translated into fear and terror. Immediate reactive sons, immediate feeling in its most terrible aspects, that when you went on the battlefield and you faced death, that you weren't numb to what it really was like. Fear and terror accompanied you. I mean, it's a very different kind of soldiering. It's more the soldiering that the movie Platoon brings out than the glamorization of the battlefield that so many other people write of. Their most famous child was called Harmonia, and she was harmony. So it would appear that if you have a union between love and war that is in harmony, it's possible to have a daughter named Harmonia. Or it also may be that Harmonia comes out of the union of Ares as lover with Aphrodite as lover. He was truly the son of Hera in that he had a Hera jealous streak, that when Aphrodite fell in love with Adonis and thought that Adonis was the most beautiful mortal and desired him, Ares got jealous and either became a raging boar or sent a raging boar to attack Adonis, which killed him. So this represents the one side of Ares that can come up, which is related to his mother Hera, which is the jealous side, the side that expects the woman to be in some way maybe not faithful in the contractual sense, but physically, intensely loving him more than anybody else. For Ares himself did not value monogamy. He had a number of affairs with at least 20 offspring. And unlike Zeus, who would have one child or a conception that occurred just once, I mean, usually he had a series of relationships, and out of a one-time liaison, often a child was conceived. But Ares had affairs in which not just Aphrodite but other women had more than one child, so it was an ongoing kind of thing. If you think about Ares as an archetype, extroverted, sensate, in his body, reactive archetype, it's the quality that also makes for being a lover, because you are spontaneous, you are expressive, you don't care about technique, you care about an immediate, erotic, passionate, physical reaction. So it's not a surprise that he might be the best lover as far as Aphrodite was concerned, because whereas Hephaestus could meet her intensity and could meet her passion at an introverted level, he wasn't much in the expressive department, while Ares could express everything through his body, and so it's not surprising that he would be lover. Now, one other thing about Ares was what he might have been had he been a more acceptable son of Zeus, because Ares had as a tutor or a mentor Priapus, the phallic god who was one of Hermes' sons. And Priapus, as his teacher, was a teacher of both dance and warriorship, apparently. And in his mythology, Ares was taught first to be a dancer before he learned how to make war. And that fits with an embodied, extroverted, expressed through the body God. That one way you can express your energy besides fighting with people is dancing with people or making love to people. You know, that these are all elements of this side of Aries. So that as a archetype, he is the archetype of the lover and the dancer. But when he is rejected and angry and devalued, and when he is challenged and made fun of and scapegoated, which is also Aries. I mean, Aries is a kid who goes on the schoolyard and you tease and he doesn't know how to fight back with words, and so he'll hit back and he gets in trouble. So he's not the one that's so much made fun of like Hephaestus. He's the one who's goaded into acting out. So he doesn't do very well in school. His teachers think he is a troublemaker. And very often it's another kind of kid who gets him into trouble, and he's not quick-witted enough to figure out not to react. I mean, if he could learn this lesson, he'd be fine. But the problem with the Aries archetype is that it truly needs Hermes or Apollo or Athena or some other part to restrain and hold in, not suppress, not repress, not reject, but provide a balance for that. And so in his mythology we have this one story of his childhood. When he was about 8 or 9 years old, he got into some kind of brawl with two twin brothers who were his age. And they ganged up on him and they put him in a brazen jar. And they put the lid on and they kept him prisoner for 13 months. And nobody knew what happened to Aries, where he was. And then the mother of the boys let it be known what was happening to Aries, and Hermes came to the rescue. Hermes came like he had come to Persephone and let her out of the underworld. So he came to the brazen jar and took the lid off and freed Aries from his imprisonment. Now, it gives some hint to what is needed to rescue a inarticulate, acting out Aries, and that is some Hermes ability. I was talking to a patient of mine who has who's a single mother of a son, and her boy was getting into trouble at about 6 or 7 because he was being teased, and he didn't know how to respond back except to push back and get angry. And a friend, a teenage boy, taught him how to tease back, how to use words, how to pun on other people's names. And he was empowered by that and didn't have to do the fisticuff business as a result. So that's a Hermes Aries nice combination. Now, as a rejected son of the Sky Father, this is a shadow side of the Sky Father, the emotional, the physical, the immediate reactive side. It is an element that is not only rejected but repressed by the Zeus in a man or by the culture, upon which all negativity is projected. And I think about how in this culture the black man often is the carrier of the shadow for the white man, who is so much more an Apollo Zeus in his ideal of what he should be. And he views the black man as being very sexual, the dancer, the soldier. He sends the black men to Vietnam to be privates and fight the wars and things like that. And I think I said yesterday about how the shuffling buffoon element is as a Hephaestus side, shows up in the name Festus as one of those nicknames for the shuffling black man, or the crippled sidekick, the shorter sidekick to the hero in a Western. And in this culture, what is rejected then can act out as a negative archetype. It also can be overvalued if it is a undeveloped side. And you can fantasize about men if you don't allow this part of yourself to be lived out, and go to the movies and watch like Rocky or Rambo, who very much have this immediate emotional Aries quality. I think the movie series Rocky, in which he is a brawler who gets beaten up only to succeed, he succeeds with Apollo as a friend in himself. When you think about some of the films with Rocky, in which he gets battered and then he goes into training and he goes through day after day after day discipline until he really can come back and fight. And you have the brawler Ares turned into the heavyweight champion. With that kind of capacity, that's possible. So Apollo and Hermes, as other aspects of the man, can truly be helpful if Aries is the immediate response. He is the extroverted, sensate, feeling person. He is the man of action. He's intense. He doesn't think of consequences. He is a real here and now person. He has a very strong need for self-control, to learn it, but to not repress everything in himself. And if you know about what it takes to raise children, you might get some sense that if you have a father and mother who value you as you are, value the physicality and the emotionality and the love of dance and the love of immediate stuff, but you observe that he needs some self-control, not punishment, not rejection, then Aries can truly grow and be who he is. But Aries, like Hephaestus, were sons of Zeus who were abused. Hephaestus was physically abused in his mythology, and Aries was psychologically abused. He was called names. His father described him as the god he hated the most. And when you are a reactive extrovert in the first place, and you grow up around people that also lack self-control and are angry and hostile people, then it really encourages the run-amok qualities that Aries is known negatively for. The other thing is appreciating what it's like to be a scapegoat, to be picked on, and to be angry because of that, and then not have a means of expression. Hephaestus at least could go into hiding, at least could go into himself, brood, fantasize, think about getting back maybe, think about a revenge, because that is part of what Hephaestus will do. But Aries will get into trouble. He will be the antisocial adolescent. He will be the kid who not only gets in trouble because he gets into a fight, but when authority comes along, doesn't have the good sense to stop immediately, so then he gets in trouble with the cop or the principal or what have you besides. So if he doesn't learn something about self-control in a positive way, then clearly this will be his ongoing problem. And it is an ongoing problem for Aries men as they grow later in life and immediately react, because basic things like unemployment get to be a problem for Aries, because it's very difficult for him to hold his tongue, hold his emotions in. And if something should happen that strikes him as unfair, or if he in some way is slighted, he reacts. He complains, he gets angry, and bosses don't like this sort of person. He gets fired often. Another problem that he has in relationships is that as the immediate here and now lover, who then comes back, creates children, and doesn't think about consequences, he may, like Aries, have a number of illegitimate children. And as a father, he can be both a good father and a bad father. I mean, he can be a good father in that he is truly an earth father, that he likes to be around kids. But he also can be the God who blows up at his kids a lot. And so kids can suffer from this combination that is very akin to Poseidon fathers in their negative ways, in which he can identify with the aggressor and be the abusive father one moment, but then he also regrets it and is the loving father the next moment. So he can be very confusing to children who watch him be angry and then be sorry. Sometimes Hephaestus fathers are even scarier to their children because he doesn't blow up, but they pick up the smoldering rage that's just below the surface, and if he erupts once, he puts a kind of dread into his children who then tiptoe around him a great deal. So these are fathers that, as rejected sons in a patriarchy, take it out on the next generation and create this increased problem I was talking about yesterday, which is that you have a whole series of sons who have been rejected by their fathers. And these particular sons need, more than the Apollo and Hermes kinds of sons, direct contact, so that the father who never picks up the child, who never hugs his boys, deprive them of a particular, more important archetypal expression than is true for a more mental sort of a boy. So these are the two rejected archetypes. I have one more to go, which I'll speak of after the break, and when we talk about Dionysus. Does anyone have anything to say about Aries, or ask about Aries and Hephaestus now, and take about 5 minutes and then break?
In a strange way, I see Hephaestus, because he's related to fire and creativity, similar to Hestia, but in a different way.
Similar to who? Oh, Hestia, yes. They're both deities of fire.
There is a calm centeredness to get into if you can't use that energy to work. The key there for him is where she doesn't have to use it, she's always at he
Yeah.
has to do the transmutation.
Yes, he
and
does.
it's possible for him to become very much like that as long as he keeps transmuting it.
I don't know that he can become like Hestia. Hestia, was not even ever shown as a body. She didn't ever even have a picture or a statue, really, of her. And so she doesn't have the same sort of lusty energy that this one has. So I think it'd be very good for a Hephaestian man to have a Hestia in him. But I don't expect that he's going to be able to transmute himself into Hestia.
You suppose that Sylvester Stallone is a Jungian, since he named the guy he fought in Rocky I is Apollo Creed, and he becomes his manager in one of the succeeding episodes. So maybe it has more insight than he is given credit for.
Maybe so.
Apollo's black.
What? Oh, Apollo is black. It's a shadow of... Well, that is one of the things. Apollo is in the shadow of a Hephaestian personality. And if you think about whatever exists in the shadow is what is undeveloped, then the god who represents solar light is actually a shadow figure in the Hephaestian personality.
Well, then do you suppose that his estranged wife is Athena? What's her name? And the big blonde, Bridget.
Oh.
I mean, it seems to me that it really looks...
Doesn't look like her. She doesn't look like Athena.
Where you find them is in
Right.
the Examiner and the Sun and
Right.
the National Enquirer
Right.
and all those places, and in the movie stars, and it seems that maybe he's living out more than he knows in that.
Maybe so. And in his movies, the Apollo figure in another movie does train him. So he becomes his supportive brother.
Well, that's the guy he fights first, and then
Yes.
he becomes his trainer.
Right. So there's a transformation of the God who was an enemy into his friend when it was integrated into him.